Welcome, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I know for some of you, you're calling from all over the world, tuning in. We're very excited. This is our biggest virtual event of the year. You'll hear very soon for our mayor, the Honorable Dale Visiones. He'll tell you we want to go around the world. We want to bring the world to the businesses here, and we also want to bring the world here to Broward County. So we're so happy you could join us today in going all around the world. So we have incredible speakers coming up from 5 continents. Before I go into that, let me introduce myself. I know a lot of you know me. My name is Paola Isaac. I'm an economic development specialist for international trade for the Broward County Office of Economic and Small Business Development. And you'll hear all about Broward County very soon from our mayor. But before that, I just want to let you know that you're in the right place at the right time. Especially in those difficult times, 95% of the purchasing power is outside of the United States or outside of your country, wherever you're tuning in. So definitely, this is why we made this series. This virtual series is to help you export, do business all around the world. And without further ado, we're gonna jump right into the program because today is a full day program. We understand you won't be able to participate to all the panels. But look at the program. We sent out the agenda to the registered attendees. See what time you want to attend. I'm just going to give you a quick overview. At 10:30, we have a very special announcement. We're going to unveil the plan for the World Trade Center Fort Lauderdale. This is very exciting. This is the first time in history in Broward County. You're going to hear some exciting progress. And we're going to talk to country incubators that are also tuning in from all over the world, and we'll be bringing businesses here. Then at 11:30, don't miss it. We have doing business with Latin America and the Caribbean. And believe it or not, we have His Excellency Leonel Fernandez, the former president of Dominican Republic. We have the vice mayor from Port-au-Prince, Haiti. We also have the World Trade Center, Sao Paulo. We're going to have the trade office from Peru, and we're going to have JAMPRO from Jamaica. So very exciting at 11:30. Then we're going to take a little break. Then we're going to tune back in at 1:30 p.m. and we're going to go to Europe. So in Europe, we're going to hear from Enterprise Florida's offices all over Europe. They have offices in France, in the UK, Germany. But for Germany specifically, we also invited the Consul General of Germany. So you also hear from him about business opportunities there. And last but not least, we also invited the embassy from the Czech Republic. So they're going to talk about opportunities in the Czech Republic. At 2:30 p.m., we're going to do doing business with Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. And I've asked Dubai to log in. I know it's very late for them, and I apologize in advance, but we're going to have the investment office calling in from Dubai. We're also going to have the Malaysia Trade Center. We're going to have Enterprise Florida office for Africa, and we're going to have the Embassy of Bangladesh. And then last but not least, we're going to look at Canada and Mexico. So we have the Consul General of Canada and Mexico that are going to join us. But without further ado, we have some special welcoming remarks this morning. I'm going to introduce you in a few seconds to our mayor, but before that, I also wanted to let you know we're going to have the director of our office. We're also going to have Port Everglades Deputy Director Glenn Wiltshire. We're going to have Manny Mencia from Enterprise Florida and Eduardo Torres from the U.S. Department of Commerce. So without further ado, I would like to welcome the mayor, the Honorable Dale Visiones, Mayor of Broward County. Please tell us and welcome everyone from around the world. Thank you, Mayor.
Bom dia, bonjour, buenos dias, bienvenue, bienvenidos. Good morning and welcome to Doing Business with the World. We're connecting you with the world to do business from Broward County's governmental center, located in the wonderful city of Fort Lauderdale. Even in the midst of this pandemic, commerce and life still go on. So we want to make sure that we're doing what we can to assist you in doing business around the world. Broward County is located in the center of the 6th largest metropolitan area in the United States of America, with over 6 million people in this metropolitan area, comprising of Miami, Broward County, and Palm Beach County. In Broward County, there are 2 million people. We speak 193 different languages, representing over 200 countries from around the world. So we are connected here. We have 3 deep water seaports within 45 minutes of each other. One in Miami, one here in Broward County at Port Everglades, which you'll hear from later, and in Palm Beach. We also have 3 international airports that connects you to the world: Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and Palm Beach International Airport. We are well situated to assist you to do business. And it's a great place for you to come and connect to the world, even physically. When you're looking to expand your business, when you're looking for growth, this is the place to come to. We assist businesses in helping them connect with the world, helping them locate here, finding space, doing the things that are necessary to help them get started to do business with the world. We're a business-friendly place, and we are supported by many, many different entities. The U.S. Department of Commerce, and you'll hear from Mr. Torres earlier. Florida Enterprise Florida, Manny Diaz will be on the phone to help you also. So there's so many different people here that we have that will assist you to connect to do business with the world. We want to help you again to do business. We are a friendly place. You can enjoy every kind of culture, cuisine, music, fun from all over the world, and still do business. And we are very low tax in area. Our tax rate is very low. There's hardly any taxes for businesses. So we want to make sure that you come and do business here in Broward County and connect to Florida, connect to the United States, and connect to the world. Thank you for joining us this morning to do business with the world.
Thank you very much, Mayor Holness. And now I'd like to invite our director from the Office of Economic and Small Business Development. We've had a lot of new programs lately to help companies post-COVID. So we want you to know about our programs, including international trade. So without further ado, do I have Sandy Michael McDonald on the line?
Good morning, Ms. Isaac. Yes, you do.
Good
morning, and thank you. And thank you, Mayor, for joining us as you do each year. And to all of our guests and all of our listeners, welcome to Broward County Virtual. Doing Business with the World is a workshop that we started 4 or 5 years ago. Ms. Isaac and Steve Tinsley, our Manager of Economic Development, has done a great job of making sure Broward can present itself, along with its partners, to assure our local businesses, including our small businesses, that there's an opportunity internationally to do business around the world. We've taken this event and we've even incorporated it into the Florida International Trade and Cultural Expo, which is led each year by our mayor. But this year, Doing Business with the World being virtual is just another sign that even with the crisis, the world and business doesn't stop. So we believe and we knew we needed to make sure that we could still extend this invitation for you to understand that through Broward County, the state of Florida, and our federal partners, we can connect you as a business to do business with the world. So as Ms. Isaac said, I'm really here as a welcome to our office. Our office is Economic Development and Small Business, and we also work with our 31 cities. We also work with entrepreneurs. We have a county procurement program that assures that at least 25% of what we buy as a county, we buy from locally certified small businesses, and we even administer the federal program that works with minority and women-owned businesses every time the Department of Transportation does procurement. But this, what we're doing today, is also special to our office because though we work with our business community, our international business community, we also want to assure that the local, small, minority, and women-owned businesses also have a better understanding of what it takes to import, export, and do business around the world. So even after today, stay in touch with our office. Stay in touch with Ms. Isaac. Stay in touch with us through our website, our social media. Learn more about what we do. And yes, we expect to hear more from you as we create and present these opportunities. And we, too, would love to see you expand your business, no matter where you are within the globe, right here in Broward County. So as the Director of the Office of Economic and Small Business Development, on behalf of the County Commission, and you already heard from the Mayor, who you'll continue to hear from today, and my boss, the County Administrator, Bertha Henry, Thank you for joining us today, and I hope you learn a lot, and more importantly, even virtually, make the connections that will allow you and your business to flourish. Thank you, Ms. Isaac.
Thank you very much, Sandy, and thank you to our office. Definitely, if you're a business here in Broward County, or even if you're a business around the world and you want to bring your business to Broward County, please make sure to contact the Broward County Office of Economic and Small Business. We are here to assist you with all your needs to come here and do business in Broward. So, and also for the local businesses to export to other countries. But now I would like to introduce a very special speaker. So Broward County owns Port Everglades and the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. But today we have a special guest, the Deputy Director, Glenn Wiltshire from Port Everglades, who is going to tell us a little bit about Port Everglades, where we trade around the world, and how Port Everglades is available to help your business. Glenn, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Great to have you. Thank you for being with us today at Doing Business with the World. We're going to go right into your presentation. I understand you have a few slides you want to show our audience to show where Port Everglades ranks around the world, and tell us a little bit more about Port Everglades. Thank you, Glenn.
Yes, I am. Great to have you. Thank you for
Well, thank you, Paula. And first off, on behalf of the 250 employees here at Port Everglades, but more importantly, the over 13,000 people in South Florida that have jobs because of the business activity at Port Everglades, I'm pleased to represent the port community during today's very important seminar, Doing Business with the World. And my compliments to Mayor Holness, who many years ago had the vision to establish the Florida International Trade and Cultural Expo, known as FITSE, and we were very proud supporters of that throughout the years, and this year doing it in a different format. But we appreciate the opportunity, and I appreciate the opportunity personally to work so closely with the mayor over the years to grow trade, because that's really trade equals jobs. So if you can change to the next slide, Paola.
Yes, we're on the next slide, Glenn.
Okay, so a lot of people ask, where does Port Everglades do business? And we're focus is on what we refer to as the North-South trade. So our top 10 trade partners are all in Latin America, led last year by the Dominican Republic, Honduras, Brazil, Chile, Costa Rica, Colombia, Guatemala, El Salvador, Nicaragua, and Argentina. And just to give you an idea of last year, we moved a little less than 1 million 20-foot equivalent units, or that 20-foot container, that short container that goes down the road. And almost 90% of our trade activity is with Latin America, and I look forward to the Doing Business with Latin America panel that's coming up here at 11:30, because we're looking for newer opportunities to grow here at the port. And why is that? Can you go to the next slide, Paola?
Yes, we are on the next slide.
Okay. The Port Everglades also is the Broward County is the grantee of what's referred to as Foreign Trade Zone number 25. It's the oldest foreign trade zone in the state of Florida, one of the largest. And what is a foreign trade zone? A foreign trade zone is a way to either defer, lower, or avoid the payment of duties through either importing and exporting. And what the slide shows is our newest addition to the Foreign Trade Zone, the International Logistics Center, almost 300,000 square feet of warehouse space. The anchor tenant, International Warehouse Services, or IWS, but it's one of 28 different locations that we have in Broward County that have been designated by the Department of Commerce to function as a foreign trade zone. And it's a great opportunity for businesses that are outside the United States that want to do business maybe with cruise lines or with other business, or to, as I said earlier, eliminate or reduce the duties on their products that they are importing into the U.S. consumer. Next slide, please.
We are on the next slide.
Finally, Port can't grow without capital investment. And on this slide shows three of our capital investment projects. In the center, I want to point out that's a ship that almost 2 months ago left Shanghai, China, with the world's largest low-profile container gantry cranes. And that ship will be arriving here next Tuesday or Wednesday, and will be significantly increasing our capability to move containers through Port Everglades in South Florida. The other major project we have is the Southport turning notch extension, which will add up to 5 new berths and almost double the capacity for container throughput at the port. And finally, the picture on the right shows our congestion on a very busy cruise day. Our channels are too narrow and not deep enough. So in partnership with the Corps of Engineers, we'll be investing over $500 million to deepen our channels and widen our channels to be able to accommodate the ships that currently trade here but can't be fully loaded. Those three capital investments just among themselves adds up to over $1 billion of capital investment that we'll be putting into the port over the next 5 or 6 years. So, in summary, we're pleased to be part of this event today, but more importantly, we're pleased to represent the people of Broward County, and we look forward to any opportunities to interact and help you to grow your business here in South Florida. And I also look forward to hearing about the World Trade Center of Fort Lauderdale and what new opportunities will bring. So with that, I thank you for being allowed to participate today, and back to you, Paola.
Thank you very much, Glenn. And definitely Port Everglades is integral for the United States. As many of you know, we're connectivity to Latin America and the Caribbean. So definitely make sure to tune in because we're going to have more activities with Port Everglades. The port is expanding, so it's very exciting. And we're going towards becoming a greater and bigger global hub. And now, with that being said, I also would like to invite Manny Mencia. Manny Mencia is from Enterprise Florida. Enterprise Florida is the official organization for international trade and for economic development for the state of Florida. And Manny Mencia is the Senior Vice President of International Trade and Development. I would like to know, Manny, are you on the line with us?
I'm here, and thank you, Paola.
Okay, great to have you, Manny. Can you please tell us about Enterprise Florida, all the great services you have, and how you help businesses in Florida either to bring their businesses here or to trade around the world? Thank you.
Thank you, Paola. And
Thank you.
I want to begin by thanking and congratulating Broward County, your Office of Economic Development, and particularly Mayor Holness for his vision in creating this event many years ago. I think events like this make a major contribution to our international sector at a time when we have obviously a difficult landscape and are vital to our state because 20% of the Florida economy is tied to international business. This is an activity that sustains over 2.5 million jobs in the state, and these are higher wage jobs, jobs that pay between 15 and 30% higher wages depending on the activity. What's more, we have a huge international sector in our state, more than 59,000 companies, of which 97% are small or mid-sized businesses. And as you know, those small businesses are the ones that need events like this to continue to grow and find new clients over the state. I think we're a state that has a lot to offer to the world as an international hub, and particularly this region of South Florida is so well positioned to service the world, both east-west and north-south trade. Obviously, we also have one of the largest high-technology sectors in the United States, third largest, the fourth largest international services sector, and one of the most specialized in the country and the world, and also a manufacturing base with more than 19,000 manufacturers. Enterprise Florida as a state official economic development organization, offers free assistance to exporters that want to do business around the world, everything from providing counseling and marketing information to conducting over 30 international trade events every year. Obviously, during the pandemic, we have shifted our efforts to virtual type events such as this one. However, we have also we're still providing a menu of virtual services and grants, in particular, to Florida companies. So, if you're a Florida manufacturer, high technology company, or a specialized service providers, we can provide matchmaking grants for you if you want to do business. Find clients anywhere else in the world. We can offer trade show grants if you want to participate on a virtual trade show somewhere in the world. We also have grants if you're a new to export or an infrequent exporter to develop your own export marketing plan. And if you want to localize your website, in other words, translate your website to Portuguese, Spanish, Arabic, etc., we also have a grants program that will help you do that. By the way, we're also the agency of the state of Florida that provides certificate of free sales to any Florida company that is exporting to any country that requires a certificate of free sale. I believe, again, let me congratulate Broward County for doing this event. I believe events like this are vital to keep the business flowing for small and mid-sized companies. And of course, small and mid-sized companies, when they do international business, grow about 15% more faster, are a lot more profitable, and are less liable to be affected by major domestic downturns. And finally, to close, to complement this event, I just want to invite both the Florida companies in our participating and our international participants to an event that Enterprise Florida will be hosting next year. Next year will become the first state in the United States to host its own statewide international virtual trade show. This will be March 16th through the 18th, and we will have room for up to 150 Florida manufacturer high-tech companies or other exporters that may want to participate in the show. We're expecting over 5,000 international visitors to participate. And finally, the best news is that if you're a Florida manufacturer or high-tech company, you can apply for a virtual trade show grant that will cover the entire cost of you participating on this exhibition. I encourage you to reach out to my colleagues at Enterprise Florida. Several will be on the next few panels, and ask them about this program. This program will be a tremendous event available to all Florida companies. Anyway, once again, Broward County, thank you for inviting Enterprise Florida to partner with you, and congratulations for, again, hosting this great event.
Thank you so much, Manny Mencia, and it's so great to have the support from the state of Florida. I know Governor DeSantis wants us to be a global state and bring businesses all over the world. So we definitely, Broward County, are excited to partner with you, and we do a lot of activities together. You participate in our events, we participate in yours, and we promote your grants because Florida companies have access to your grants.
Governor DeSantis wants us to be
So
a global
right now,
state and bring businesses all over the world.
we're going to go to our next speaker,
We are excited
and
to partner with
it's
you,
Eduardo
and we do
Torres.
a lot of these activities together.
Eduardo Torres
You
is going to
participate in our
join us
events, we
from the
participate in
U.S.
yours, and we
Department of
promote your
Commerce.
brand because Florida companies
And he's here. And Eduardo, are you on the line, please? Eduardo? So let's see, we have Eduardo. He was with us earlier. Eduardo represents the U.S. Department of Commerce. So along with Enterprise Florida, which is the state economic development organization, we also partner with the federal government, who offers a lot of services. They have a program called the Gold Key Program, which is very exciting. And I'm sure Eduardo will tell us more about it. He was on the line just now. So, Eduardo, whenever
I'm
you
here,
hear
Paula.
me, are you here? Okay. We're very excited to have you. And Eduardo, let me introduce you properly because I know you have a new title now. You are the Acting Regional Director for the U.S. Department of Commerce and the International Trade Administration. And tell us a little bit about the Department of Commerce and about all the assistance you give to U.S. companies. Thank you very much, Eduardo.
Thank you, Paula, and congratulations to Broward County for this excellent event. I'd like to also thank Dale Holness, Broward County Mayor, for this excellent opportunity and for this excellent initiative. Hello?
Yes, we're here. We hear you, Eduardo.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, I wanted to make sure that we talk about the U.S. Commercial Service. I'm sorry, I'm having some problems with the background noise.
No worries. We hear you perfectly fine, Eduardo, so go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, we are here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right, so the U.S. Commercial Service, we are the commercial eyes and ears of the U.S. government. We work through our embassies and our consulates in probably 87 countries. In terms of doing business with the world, we partner with Enterprise Florida, our good friends, Manny Mencia, and many other partners in terms of international trade here in South Florida to make sure that we provide the opportunities to companies to enter new markets, to learn about new opportunities, and to make sure that they do this in a safe and a smart way. Through the Gold Key service, Paula, that you mentioned, we provide the companies the opportunities to meet potential business clients in many countries around the world. Depending on the sector or the industry sector that you are trying to promote in these countries, we work with our U.S. embassies and consulates to make sure that we identify and select the proper business partners for you and for our companies here in the United States, that they do business successfully and that they get paid at the end of the day. And, of course, that they continue to do business, hopefully, for many years. And enter new markets with opportunities for their products and services. For this, we work hand in hand with Enterprise Florida, with Manny, and we try to make sure that we provide the service that the companies are asking for. We make sure that we do our due diligence and provide the market intelligence for the companies so that they can be successful in the export process. As many of you that are in international business, you know that exporting is not an event, it's a process. And for this, you need to know the ins and outs of the export process to be successful. We do this, and this partnership with Enterprise Florida has been highlighted as an example of federal and state working together to provide the companies the opportunities to enter many markets. We have operations, like I mentioned, throughout the United States. And we have 107 offices, like my office here in Fort Lauderdale and in Miami, where we have international trade specialists that focus or specialize in different industry sectors, so that we work with our Florida companies to make sure that we provide the assistance in entering new markets of opportunities. We are working with Enterprise Florida to promote the upcoming virtual trade show in March. So we are focusing our efforts not only to help identify Florida companies that would be interested in participating, but also our offices abroad focusing on bringing international buyers to this event. We work also on foreign direct investment, attracting foreign direct investment to the United States, and we have an event that we do every year called Select USA, where through our embassies and our U.S. ambassadors, we bring potential investors to the U.S. In different industry sectors. So we work with our economic development offices throughout the U.S. to provide them with the opportunity to meet these investors. Once again, I congratulate Paula, congratulate Mayor Holness for this initiative. Our offices are here, ready to help you. And now more than ever, our services, as well as those of Enterprise Florida, in identifying potential business partners, they are more important than ever now that there are a lot of restrictions in traveling with the virus and many other factors, is where companies are going to require of the assistance from our offices and the experts in those markets to provide them with the market intelligence and guarantee that the people that they are meeting across the world are vetted companies and that they are truly interested in the products and services. Once again, thank you, Paula, for the opportunity. Thank you, Mayor Holness. And if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer any.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. Thank you for the partnership that we have forged over the years with Broward County. And let me apologize to Manny Mancia for giving him reference to a different popular name that exists here in South Florida, Diaz. Manny, I want to thank you also from Enterprise Florida for the great partnership that exists between Broward County and the state over the years. And the support that you give us when our business go to do business around the world. Eduardo, I'd love for you to talk a little bit more about the Gold Key program that exists.
Absolutely. With the Gold Key service, by the way, Enterprise Florida is one of our biggest, or the biggest user of the Gold Key program in the whole country. With the Gold Key program, what companies do is we help them identify a potential business partner, but based on what the company is looking for. So the company tells us the profile of the companies in another country that they are looking for, the area of specialization that they are looking for, or the industry sector that they are trying to enter in those markets. And through our U.S. Embassy, we select, identify, and pre-vet all those companies so that when the U.S. company travels to that country, they will have one-on-one meetings with those potential business partners. So in a matter of 2 days, the company can meet from 8 to 10 business partners, and the company will decide then who they will appoint as their representative or as their partner there in that country. And so you, as a U.S. company, you are making sure that those companies that you are meeting with are pre-vet and they are reliable and they have a track history of doing business, and because we are not going to introduce you to companies that are not reliable. or companies or individuals that we at the U.S. Embassy know that are not paying their bills. So we make sure that we identify the companies in that country that that U.S. companies can do business with. This, of course, we do the due diligence on both sides from the foreign country and here in the United States to make sure that we are introducing companies that are ready for the export process also. So the vetting goes on both sides, and that is what the Gold Key program offers to companies, making sure that they are meeting with the key and the right people on those foreign countries.
Thank you so much, Eduardo. And I just want to add that, yes, the Gold Key is probably one of the best matchmaking programs in the world. So definitely valuable program. And anybody want to have access to these programs, they can contact our office and we can connect you with Eduardo's office, with Enterprise Florida, and all over the world. So now we're going to continue our program. We're going to take maybe a 1-minute break because we're going to jump into something very exciting. Today we're unveiling the plans for the World Trade Center for Lauderdale. This is a really new concept for the county, for the city of Fort Lauderdale, and we're very excited to introduce it today to our audience, our worldwide audience, and let you know how you can take advantage of partnering with the World Trade Center. So we're going to take maybe like a 1-minute, not even break, and we're going to jump right into our panel. We're a little bit not on time, but that's okay because we're going to catch up. And please stay tuned because I'm excited to introduce to you all the great speakers that will be on the World Trade Center panel. So thank you. And we can jump into our next panel, the World Trade Center. And we are back. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks to all of you who joined us since this morning. We're doing business with the world. So now we're traveling all over the world. But before we introduce you to all the continents and how to do business in different countries, we want to introduce a special unveiling some special plans for the county, and that is unveiling the World Trade Center for Lauderdale. So we're very excited because we have some great speakers for you today. And before we jump into the World Trade Center for Lauderdale, we want to show you how we work collaboratively with Miami-Dade County and Palm Beach, because we're strong as a region, South Florida. And we've also invited the World Trade Center Miami, who has been in existence for many years. And I'm going to invite Ivan Barrios, who is the president and CEO of the World Trade Center Miami, and he will tell us what the World Trade Center Miami is doing, their events, their programs that are available for all of you that are listening. And then we're going to jump right into World Trade Center Fort Lauderdale, which is a brand new World Trade Center that will be here in Broward County. So we're super excited. And right now, do I have Ivan Barrios? Are you there? Ivan, are you on the line? Okay. Let me see. Okay, well, if Ivan is not there yet, we're going to go then right into our next speaker. Is Jaime Silva there? No? Anybody there? Okay, so basically we had our speakers, they're on the line. We're having a few technical issues. While we wait for them to get back on the line, I'm just going to go a little bit about the World Trade Center for Lauderdale. Why are we doing this? Why is the county involved into this project? Are you there, Ivan?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Hello.
Okay. Great. I'm glad you're here, Ivan. Can Ivan,
I'm here.
Okay, Ivan, can you go into talking about the World Trade Center Miami? And I know you have a very special event today, so maybe you can talk about what you guys are doing, your event, and your collaboration with Broward County.
Yeah, no, definitely. Paola, thank you so much for doing this and organizing this. This is an amazing thing you always do every year. And, you know, you and I have known each other for many years. When I used to be at Enterprise, Florida, we traveled the world promoting, you know, our region, you know, Fort Lauderdale, Miami. So what I wanted to do is say we have our big program today, and I have to go over there and kick it off. So I'm going to be very brief, but I do want to thank I want to welcome the World Trade Center Fort Lauderdale to South Florida, and we're looking forward to working with you and promoting our region and expand our sales for our community and our business community. As you know, we have World Trade Centers throughout the rest of Florida. We have in Tampa, Orlando, Palm Beach, and now Fort Lauderdale and Miami. So maybe we can create a strong network of all the World Trade Centers so we can promote and help each other expand our constituents and sales. Just a quick brief on the World Trade Center Miami. The World Trade Center Miami is a private nonprofit organization. We have a board of directors. Our chairman is Roberto Munoz, and he's from First Horizon Bank. And we have Virginia Sanchez, who is head of government relations for Latin America, the Caribbean, and the Southeast United States for American Airlines. The World Trade Center Miami has two major events that we really want to work together with the World Trade Center Fort Lauderdale, and one of those is the America's Food and Beverage Show, which will be held September 22nd and 23rd next year at the Miami Beach Convention Center. Today is our last day of our virtual America's Food and Beverage Show, and we had over 175 food companies exhibit their products and services on our online platform, and we had over 1,200 buyers and over 1,300 business meetings going on. Also, we have the Air Cargo America show, which is held every other year, and that show is going to be here in Miami, October 26th through the 28th. It features all logistics companies from South Florida, and we work a lot with Port Everglades, which we always appreciate their support, and they have a great team up there in Fort Lauderdale, which we love. And the final event we do is International Women's Day, which we honor 5 businesswomen from South Florida for their efforts in promoting international trade for our community. So we look forward in Miami working closely with the World Trade Center for Lauderdale in organizing trade missions and events that we can both collaborate together. So that's my short presentation, and I'm sorry it's brief, but I got to go open my other seminar in a few minutes.
Thank you so much, Ivan, and we're very excited to work with you and with the World Trade Center Miami. Just to let everybody know, we're going to have very soon Jaime Silva. He's going to be on the line very soon. But before I bring Jaime Silva, who's the executive director of the World Trade Center for Lauderdale, I just wanted to give a little bit of background because this is a partnership, and he'll tell you about it, with the World Trade Center Sao Paulo in Brazil. So they purchased our license. This is a worldwide association, as everybody knows, the World Trade Center, and they purchased the license for Fort Lauderdale. So it's a very exciting partnership that we're going to do with Brazil. Brazil is a top trading partner for Florida. So without further ado, Jaime, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here, Paula. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Jaime. It's a great honor to have you, and we're going to jump into your PowerPoint presentation because you're going to show us some pictures about World Trade Centers around the world and what your plans are for Fort Lauderdale. So, Jaime, please tell us about the World Trade Center Fort Lauderdale.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is a very important event for us, and we want to thank the Broward County Mayor, Mayor Dale Holmes, and Paola Isaac for organizing this event and inviting us to participate, and as well as to inaugurate the World Trade Center for Lauderdale. We're very excited about this opportunity to become part of the international business community in Broward and in South Florida. And I appreciate also the welcoming words from Ivan Barrios, and we are willing to work very closely with them to transform South Florida in a very important trading area. We're very honored to be part of this event, and thank you so much for inviting us. The World Trade Center, I don't know if we can show the slide presentation, Paula?
Yes. Here we are on your PowerPoint slide.
Okay. Yeah, I can't see that, but I guess it is in the first slide, isn't it?
We're on the cover slide, and I can go to the next slide for you. The vision.
The cover, please, let's stay in the cover. Thank you so much.
There we go.
We want to share with you the way that we are approaching the World Trade Center for Lauderdale. We want to have a modern way to facilitate the international business. And we have designed several columns where we want to base our development. One of them is innovation. The other one is technology, business incubation, especially for international companies, trading and e-commerce, logistics, and global network. Next slide, please.
We're on the next slide, vision.
Yeah, our vision is to transform Broward County in a world-class international business and trading center by facilitating the cross-border exchange of goods and services using innovative tools. We want to actually bring the work to the U.S. through Broward County, and we also want to facilitate U.S. companies moving into international market using the network of the World Trade Center Association. And Ivan was saying we belong to a World Trade Association that has 320 World Trade Centers around the world. In every major city in the world, there is a World Trade Center. So we are part of that. So it's a very valuable network that we have, and we want to use that to bring value to the Broward County community. And next slide, please.
Next slide.
As Paula was mentioning, this World Trade Center for Lauderdale is part of an alliance that we have reached with the World Trade Center of Sao Paulo. The
World Trade Center of Sao Paulo has a very interesting position within the network of World Trade Centers. It's considered one of the most important World Trade Centers in the world. And they have a plenty of experience in business development, supporting trading, and bringing value to international business. So we have partnered with them, and we have purchased the license for the World Trade Center, and we are putting all our energies together to create something interesting for the community. Next slide, please.
We're on the next
The way
slide.
that we are organizing, at the World Trade Center for Lauderdale is we're actually following the same model as the World Trade Center Sao Paulo. We have one area that is called the Business Club, where all the business-related services and initiatives will be channeled, and the real estate development. In the Business Club, we want to focus on developing a business ecosystem that we call the We to World, and that's probably the most important tool that we want to build for the World Trade Center for Lauderdale. And also, the Business Club also will leverage on the international network of the World Trade Center Association. And on the real estate development side, we will be working with the Sao Paulo World Trade Center in building a landmark building in Fort Lauderdale that we hope that will be the future home for the World Trade Center for Lauderdale, and to become a meeting center for international trade. Next slide, please. What we have called the business ecosystem, it's a connection that we want to do between the World Trade Center for Lauderdale and all the associated partners and members with the world. So the idea here is to take Broward County to the world, and also to take the world to Broward County through this business ecosystem. Next slide, please. I want to explain a little bit what we mean by this business ecosystem. And we have here defined some specific services that will be included in this business ecosystem, such as cross-border logistic platform. These are actual services that we're bringing into the organization to facilitate international trading. We're working in the building of a business-to-business platform that will allow the real connection of transactions between sellers and buyers. Online business training for specific business needs, to teach foreign companies how to deal with the e-commerce and marketplaces and the new way of conducting business. We'll be focusing on actually the transaction part of the local and international trading. One of our programs, and this is in an alliance with the Broward County, is the incubation program. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. And we have in the same panel today some representative of those incubation programs that will give us some more details. Some business support for international business. The way of payment, as Eduardo was mentioning, what the Torres was mentioning, how important is to have good payment services. And the connectivity through the whole network of the World Trade Center. One of the programs that we want to share with you that actually is working right now, we have already pass the proof of concept with this program. Is what we call the Fast Track Market Accelerator. And this is responding to a need of foreign companies that want to come into the U.S. to sell through e-commerce and using established marketplaces. And I'm putting here Amazon because we are working in a project with Amazon for this program, where we have created a one-stop shop to deal with all the elements that are involved in the process. Somebody said in the video presentation that exporting it's not one thing. It's a process. So it's the process of bringing a product from overseas into the U.S. using marketplaces. It's complicated. It's difficult. It has many different elements. So we have put together all the elements that are needed there, and we are offering this to international companies. We have not promoted yet this solution, but we have already a group of companies from Colombia and some from Brazil, where we are working with this program, and it's very successfully until now. So we are in the phase to launch this to the market. The other program that, as I mentioned you before, is the International Business Incubation Program. This is an initiative by Broward County, and we are taking over this. We're working with the Broward County to make this successful. And there's this is for countries, special countries in the world coming into Broward County, and to have a soft landing program for the company. And right now we have 2 countries that are most advanced in this program. One of them is Italy, and that is going to come in the panel, and the other one is the United Kingdom. And the idea is that these companies will have a place where they can set and have all the services that they need to become successful in this difficult market. Next slide, please.
On the next slide.
Another important program that we're working at is what we call the Connectivity to the World. And this is specific programs to be developed with the basic logistic services already in place in the Broward County, Port Everglades, and the International Airport. And the way that we see this is we want to actually bring innovative and practical programs to this initiative of connecting our community to the world. And we're working in a very interesting project with Azul Airline in Brazil. And what we have done for them is we have designed and we're operating a service of a door-to-door service for e-commerce and small package. And this is a very interesting program that we have in place with this airline. The important part of this is that it will allow us to actually connect in a better way the 2 markets, the U.S. and Brazil, and vice versa. And one of the most important elements of this effort that we're trying to do to bring the World Trade Center into the community is we have the plan to build a landmark. So we'll have something physical, to a place where we can get all the international business together, and we can gather companies from the local community and international companies in the same place. And we want to share with you some of the experience that our partners in Brazil as developers they have done in the international market. These are some pictures, slides showing some of the projects that they have done in Belo Horizonte, in Guyana, in Brazil. The World Trade Center of Sao Paulo is a successful story also because they built a set of buildings in a farm, in a land that was a farm, used to be a farm. And in several years have gone, and the valuation of the real estate, the value in Sao Paulo, in that area where the World Center has been developed, it has the highest valuation in Latin America. So it's a very successful story. And we'll hear more about the World Trade Center Sao Paulo, our partners, later on in a different panel. So I want to share some of these projects and that have been developed by and others that are being currently in the working phase, and how this the idea of what we want to build in Florida. Right now, we're working with the government to see the right land to do something like this, and hopefully we'll have something concrete in the next few months. So that's they have built, for example, the World Trade Center of Paris and some private buildings in the area. Maybe you are familiar with this in Miami-Dade County and other places. So this is our presentation. We're very honored to be welcome in this community and to be welcome into the international trading community of South Florida. And we are going to work very hard with all the partners to make this a successful story for the international trading in the southern part of the U.S. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jaime, and sharing those exciting plans. I know we'll be working closely with the city of Fort Lauderdale and the county to help you find the right location. I know some of the projects you've shown are very ambitious, but we're definitely fine with the space we have. We're very excited of these modern buildings that will be our World Trade Center, but also a one-stop place for international trade. So, and as part of that, I know you mentioned about the incubation program. So Broward County's Office of Economic and Small Business has been scouting all over the world. We've been working with companies and consultants who want to come here and bring country incubators. We call them country incubators. They're different than the traditional incubators that you know, the innovation technology incubators. These country incubators are created to internationalize international brand here in Broward County, in Florida, and in the United States. And we're very excited to introduce 2 countries that we've partnered with to open these country incubators. They will be eventually in the World Trade Center building, but I know they're going to start as early as next year with their temporary offices here. So the first one I'd like to introduce is the USA-Italy Gateway. And we have some great speakers that will be joining us. We have Paul Moore, who is Managing Director of the USA-Italy Gateway. And we also have our friend, our ambassador, Roberto Maciero, who's been helping us connect with Italy. It's thanks to Roberto that we met all these wonderful contacts in Italy to bring this incubator and these investors from Italy. And Roberto Maciero is also going to talk about Asso Imprese, which is basically the industrial association for small businesses in Italy. Here in Florida, for those of you who know the South Florida Manufacturing Association, well, there they have a similar organization called Asso Imprese, and we're also going to hear from Roberto Maciero very soon. But before that, I would like to invite Mr. Paul Moore from the USA-Italy Gateway, And he's going to talk a little bit about the USA Italy Gateway, how they're bringing companies here from Italy, which is the corridor of excellence for Italian brands. So if we can have Mr. Paul Moore's cover slide, please.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. And Paul, I'm going to put your presentation while you introduce yourself.
Good morning, buongiorno, grazie infinite to Mayor Holness and Paola and the fantastic staff that has put together this virtual conference today. We're honored to be participating with you. They call me Paolo, or just the Americano over in Italy, so I was a natural person to help organize this gateway. So if we could go to the first slide, please. I'd like to...
Give me just a few more seconds. Okay, I'll get you the slide up.
Okay, but I'll go
Talk
ahead
a
and
little
start.
bit before
So
I put
the
the
key is for us to attract the Italian companies to Broward County, where they can invest and promote their products in the largest economy in the world. So some of our main goals are to introduce Italian excellence to new markets. You could go ahead and move on to the next slide if possible. We'd like to definitely approach Broward County companies and also help them to find partners in Italy as well. And of course, the third goal of that would obviously, this brings our countries closer together. There's much division in the world, and by bringing people together, it promotes culture, peace, and prosperity on both sides of the Atlantic. So some of the services that we're going to be providing are obviously, as Paula said, not just a traditional tech incubator, which is what I'm more used to doing as a tech person, but in my experience, even a large company moving into a new country is just like a startup. So if you could please move on to the next, I'll give you a little background. So we're saying, why should you do business with Italian companies? Obviously, I found the stereotype. Obviously, we're thinking of wine and olive oil and wonderful food, but I've been working in Italy for over 25 years, and I can tell you we have some exceptional technology, biotechnology, and not only the fashion products, which are also well known, but we have wide-ranging fields and everything to be able to bring in and work with our Broward County partners. We find Broward County is an ideal environment, as evidenced by there's a wonderful organization, outstanding logistical infrastructure. The operating costs are much lower here as in compared to other places where I've worked in the U.S., like New York or out in California. So it makes this an excellent place. And another thing that I always remind my Italian friends is that Southern Florida is really a gateway to the rest of Central South America, and of course the Caribbean, as was mentioned earlier today. We're going to have a guest from Haiti, which will bring theirs also. From Italy, it's a wonderful place to be partnering because the Latins would say caput mundi, and at the center of the world, within only a couple of hours, I can be flying to London or to Moscow and a reach of all of Northern Africa and the Middle East as well. So it's a very good place. So it's a gateway as well to the Balkans, and that would help the Fort Lauderdale companies that are interested. Will be setting up also on the other side to help you out if you're wanting to be able to selling your products in the Italian market as well. This was just a list, a little bit of some of the things. We can move on to the next slide. Like I said, when you're going with a new company coming in, it's like a startup. So the matchmaking, developing of the sales network, and support are going to be key to the success of helping integrate the Italian companies into this environment here. And we could go ahead and move ahead if possible. So you see, we're going to be able to hold everybody's hand, setting up the offices, introducing them, and with bilingual staff and assistants, we'll be able to help both our Italian partners, but also the local companies that are interested in doing something over in Italy and Europe with us, and we'll be able to help you out with all of that as well. So we're going to be opening immediately, as Paula said. We're already looking around to have something temporary until the World Trade Center is available. and we're already working with some companies that are ready to start immediately. So with this, I would pass the word over to Roberto, and that way he'll have a few more minutes to explain the initiative.
Okay.
Thank you so much again. Grazie.
Thank you so much, Paul Moore. Grazie mille. I know some people are watching from Italy too, so we'd like to say buongiorno to the people in Italy. But I also have right now Roberto Maciero. Roberto, are you with us? Are you on the line, Roberto?
Yeah.
Okay,
Hello?
great. Well, welcome, Roberto Maciero. He is going to talk about, you're going to be the executive director for Florida for Asso Imprese, that industrial association that I was talking about earlier. And also, I know we've been working very closely together on the Florida International Trade and Cultural Expo. You brought here some key officials from Italy, and we had a panel, if you recall, at FITSE about the Chief Cultural Officer. So I know you're going to talk a little bit about that, but we're going to talk first about Asso Imprese because there's a big network of Italian companies who want to come to Broward County, and I want all the American companies to pay attention because these companies are coming here, so they need your products, they need your services. So Roberto, please tell us about Asso Imprese.
Yes, thank you very much, Paola, and of course, Mayor Holness gave me this opportunity to participate as the last years at the Fiji, and after the meeting that we had at the beginning of the year, I go back to Italy with this mission to find a right association that could be and could enjoy your open and this unbelievable epicenter of opportunity that is the Broward County. So what's happened? Asso Imprese, that is, we can say, is the Italian Industrial Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, and is counting around 600,000 small medium enterprise. As a long story and a beautiful story of achievement and unbelievable international approach to the different markets. So together, and they decide me to represent this project in Florida. So we are going to build a new office waiting for this beautiful ecosystem that Dr. Silva and the World Trade Center will build soon. And we are going to establish this, we can say, with this headquarters for Florida, so we can reach all the markets in United States and South America, but also for United States company and the Caribbean, Latin American through this hub to join to reach the European market. As Paul said before, Rome is quite Cavus Mundi, so it's quite like very short trip to reach both Africa, Middle East, the Balkanian, where we have also another strategic office. So they gave me this advantage to represent this amount of companies, and we have selected like 10 of these that are quite huge excellence of the Italian market, so we can be represented the best way. And Asso Imprese is based in Rome. They have office. We have office in Milan and London. And the represented macro sectors are manufacturing, defense and aerospace, construction infrastructure, transport, chemical and petroleum industry, ICT, energy, and of course the fashion industry, agri-food industry. So this is the first thing, and at the end of the year, but mainly the last occasion that we had at Fiji, I also had a tremendous opportunity to talk in October the last year. Okay, this company and business executive wanted to understand also not only the specific technical step they have to take, reaching different countries, but also to identify the culture, language, and diversity that are needed in form of new partnership, new hires, and other relationships. So talk with this unbelievable team, headed by Mayor Olness, you, Paul, of course, Sandy McDonough. I was inspired to write a book after our seminar in the Fiji last year. I wrote a book called The Chief Cultural Officer, and unbelievable with the Napoli and the Nova Southeastern University that I think is one of the major and most important, that will become one of the most important epicenter of culture together with business in Broward, and develop a certification program for these executives, C-level executives that wanted to understand and know is unbelievable to be in the right place, because for diversity, cultural diversity, I spoke several times with you. How to do business in the right way and to understand the language of the other, that we are dealing with. So the Chief Cultural Officer basically is positioned and is going to be certified at the Nova Southeastern University in conjunction with Urbaniana University in Rome and other university in Europe, is a position that innovates the discussion of corporate process, of corporate outcomes, is such as like a corporate ambassador. And this to ensure that the company global approach to business market relevant, profitable, and sustainable. So I invite you, everybody, to join us both and ask any kind of information and log and visit our website astroimprese.it and chiefculturalofficers.org. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Roberto Maciero, and I want to thank also Paul Moore. And we're very excited. We need to bring more Italian products here to United States. Everybody is appreciative of Italian products and services. So we're very excited to have all these companies come here. And you mentioned a great point, Roberto, about the education linkage as well. It's not only about exchanges for economic development, but it's also exchange on educational level, working with our universities here. And we're so glad you're working with one of them, Nova Southeastern University. And as well, because we have two sister cities, Fort Lauderdale has two sister cities in Italy. I don't know if all of you knew this, but we have Venice and Rimini, which is our sister cities. And we're looking forward to have more partnerships with Italy, do some trade missions, bring companies here. So thanks to both of you, to Paul and Roberto, for this wonderful presentation. We look forward to hearing more in the future. And now I would like to bring up the cover slide for Christopher George. Christopher George is the president and CEO of the Made in Britain Trade Center, because this is another great partnership. We're also going to bring companies from the UK, from Ireland, and from Scotland, especially now post-Brexit. It's a great opportunity. I think it's the right timing to work with the UK and to invite the British companies to come here. And Christopher is going to tell us a little bit about the Made in Britain Trade Center, how we've been working. I know, Christopher, we've been working very closely with a lot of chambers in the UK, and you're going to tell them about who we build partnerships with, Manchester and different areas. So I'm very excited. And without further ado, Chris, can you tell us about the Made in Britain Trade Center? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Paola. It's a great pleasure to be here, and thank you to Mayor Holness for his kind invitation to speak today. We are very excited to be part of the World Trade Center project in Fort Lauderdale. The Made in Britain Trade Centers network is an international trade project to support British SMEs, small and medium-sized businesses, to do business overseas, to increase British foreign trade, and to provide a permanent trade platform, both online and in situ in regional logistical trading hubs, and will act as a localized single point of contact for foreign buyers looking for Made in Britain products, and will market and showcase British SMEs products online and at regional trade shows and expos overseas. Our objectives are to engage with buyers, distributors, sales agents, partners and investors overseas, and to facilitate the promotion, marketing and sale of merchandise for British small and medium-sized companies. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I'll be going through these quite quickly because there's a lot of information here. Yes, and the Made in Britain Trade Centre will identify products that have been manufactured in the UK and will help customers to find and buy British-made products. We have several thousand British brands which are keen to export overseas. Give me the next slide, please. Yeah, I am the CEO of the Made in Britain Trade Centres network and have been working in Latin America and the Caribbean for over 20 years. And I have the fortune of being able to speak Spanish and reasonably good Brazilian Portuguese. I'm now permanently based in Florida, so I'm able to engage closely with all the government bodies here and also across Latin America and the Caribbean. Also key to our team is Annette White, who's based in the UK. She's our Director of Marketing and Sales. She liaises with companies in the UK and also with buyers and distributors overseas, and will be involved in the organisation of trade shows and events. And secondly, Sesh Sukdeo, who's our head of technology, who has developed our virtual trade fair and business networking platform, which we're very keen to share with other companies and countries who would like to develop their own online trade platforms. So please do contact me after the event if you'd like a demo. The first Made in Britain Trade Centre in the Americas will be launched in Broward County, Florida, to take advantage of the increased interest in buying Made in Britain products in the USA and to access the underexploited markets by British manufacturers of Latin America and the Caribbean. It will be a strategically placed one-stop shop, trade and business networking platform in Broward County, Florida, and then in the World Trade Center in Fort Lauderdale when it is launched. The Port of Miami and Port Everglades in Florida are considered to be the gateways to the Americas because of their strategic location for business and trade. This is a huge opportunity to promote the British brand across the Americas, which is underexploited, and to increase exports overseas, which in turn will benefit the British economy. We will be offering a lot of services, so I will not go for every single one here, but if you'd like a copy of the presentation, I'll be happy to email it to you. But we will be offering a very wide range of services to help British companies to engage with buyers overseas. Yeah, the demand for our services are quite extensive. So we will guide and assist companies with our in-depth knowledge of business and culture in the destination countries, working with our strategic partners on the ground. Yeah, the establishment of the Made in Britain Trade Centre in Florida will give British exporters a competitive advantage over exporters, as the British brand will have much more visibility through our greater exposure to US, Latin American and Caribbean consumers. South Florida is not only the home to a vibrant Latin American community, but a shopping destination and showcase for millions of Latin Americans that regularly come through the region, and is home to many trade fairs, from the famous Miami International Boat Show to the renowned America's Food and Beverage Conference. We will be collaborating with many trade organisations across Britain, and we'll be happy to help foreign companies to engage with them. And we also work closely with the core cities of Britain, which account for 60% of the UK's GDP. The USA, Latin America and the Caribbean will be our main target markets. The USA is the UK's largest goods export market, followed by the European countries. And exports to new and emerging markets have grown rapidly over the past decade. By being located in Florida, we will be able to access the markets of Latin America and the Caribbean. And Latin America is the world's most urbanized region, with 80% of Latin Americans living in cities. The region's middle classes are larger than those of China and India combined. The membership to the Made in Britain Trade Centre will be done in various levels of membership, offering different services. And the duration of membership will be for a year. We'll be offering numerous marketing and sales services to our members. And we're also are offering something which is quite unique, which is the Made in Britain kiosks, working with the largest shopping mall operators in the USA. And if companies are interested in that program, please do contact us. And finally, I'd just like to mention that we are regular partakers in the Florida International Trade and Cultural Expo, which is held at the Broward Convention Centre in Fort Lauderdale normally in October. And I've been fortunate to attend that for the last 4 years. And I'd thoroughly encourage companies to attend that next year so that we can all network and do business. We're keen to collaborate with trade bodies from countries all over the world, and also to help to develop their online business trade platforms and bilateral trade fora. So please do contact me if you're interested in discussing this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Christopher George. We're very excited also to partner with the UK. All these country incubators are brought to us by the private sector, but definitely the county, we look forward to offering our services to help these companies come either from the UK or from Italy. And I know with Christopher George, we've been talking to a lot of chambers in the UK. You've talked to countless businesses, and then we're ready to assist. Also, not only the county, but I know you're going to also work closely with the consulate and with the Department of Trade. So I know it's going to be a partnership for the whole community, that we want everybody to be collaborative and work together. So we're very excited. This concludes our panel today for the World Trade Center. We have definitely excitement coming from Brazil. Well, the World Trade Center Sao Paulo is partnering with World Trade Center for Lauderdale. And in the future, hopefully in 2-3 years, we'll have an amazing, beautiful building where we can host events and do a lot of activities there. So we're very excited. But I know the organization is starting as early as next year. So you can definitely be in touch with Jaime Silva. Likewise, with Italy, we look forward to working with Paul Moore and with Roberto Maciero, who will be available as well to work with the community to bring the Italian companies here. And last but not least, with Christopher George with the UK. And of course, with World Trade Center Miami, we'll have some great collaborations as they're part of the network for the World Trade Center Association. So on that note, we're going to take a couple-minute break. I know we're a little bit late on our schedule, but we have an exciting panel coming up. And I want to remind everybody that you can take a picture of the contact page of the presentation, because unfortunately there's so many presentations. So if we have a capacity to share those presentations, we will let you know via email if you've registered for this event, or you can email me. But in the time being, please take pictures or take screenshots of the slides for the contact information so you can keep in contact with the speakers. And now we're going to end this panel and go to our next panel, which is doing business with Latin America and the Caribbean. I'll see you in just a little bit. Thank you. And welcome back, everyone. Bienvenidos. We're going to travel now to Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm so excited to have everyone here. Basically, South Florida is the gateway to Latin America and the Caribbean. So we have definitely a geographic strategic advantage of being here. And for all of the companies listening, I want you to pay attention because we have some of our key trading partners that are going to be presenting today. We have Dominican Republic, we have Haiti, Brazil, Peru, and Jamaica. So you're going to hear from our wonderful speakers. And without further ado, we're going to start our program. We apologize for being a little bit delayed on our program. But after this program, we have a break before we go to Europe. So without further ado, I'm going to just jump into our first speaker because we're so excited. He came here a couple of weeks ago, and he decided to participate in our program because he knows the importance of the relationship between Dominican Republic and Broward County, Florida, and the United States. And who am I referring to? Well, I'm referring to His Excellency Leonel Fernandez, who is the former president of Dominican Republic. He was also at our Florida International Trade and Cultural Expo in 2015, my apologies. So without further ado, I would like to have the cover slide for Leonel Fernandez, His Excellency, and then we're going to go right into his presentation, and he's going to tell us all about the great opportunities in Dominican Republic. So could we have, please, the cover slide for His Excellency Leonel Fernandez, former President of Dominican Republic. Thank you.
Honorable Broward County Mayor Dale Holness, distinguished representatives from the U.S. Department of Commerce, Broward County Office of Economic and Small Business Development, Port Everglades, and Enterprise, Florida. Dear friends, first of all, allow me to express my gratitude for your cordial invitation to participate in this special event on exports and investment opportunities around the globe, and to congratulate you for the inauguration of Fort Lauderdale's World Trade Center. The Dominican Republic and the United States have important historical and cultural bonds that unite our people. In addition, the U.S. is our largest trading partner, with whom we have within DR-CAFTA a free trade agreement. In 2002, Funglode, the research center that I lead, and the Latin American and Caribbean Center at Florida International University, FIU, considering their geographical proximity, published a proposal for the building of a strategic alliance between the Dominican Republic and the state of Florida. This proposal served as a guide for actions to be implemented, among other areas, in trade, investment, telecommunication, education, and culture. In terms of trade, there has been an increase in commercial exchange between both locations, to the point that the Dominican Republic has positioned itself as an important Florida trade partner. The Florida-based company Carnival, one of the largest cruise lines in the world, has invested in the construction of a seaport in the province of Puerto Plata. We have seen an increase in the number of flights between the Dominican Republic and Florida, as well as airlines servicing this route. Major airlines connect the Dominican Republic with different cities in Florida, such as Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and Orlando. Through ports like DP World Caucedo, which is located next door to Las Americas International Airport, Dominican Republic also seeks to become a regional hub in maritime trade. Industrial free trade zones represent an important contribution to the economy of the Dominican Republic. There are currently nearly 60 parks in operation, housing more than 600 firms that enjoy tax and tariff exemption. Of these firms, over 200 are from the United States. Much of the trade in free trade zones is based on the import of inputs for manufacturing, including raw materials, labeling, packaging, shipping, and insurance. Fabrics and textile were the highest valued exports in the sector, followed by medical and pharmaceutical products, electric or electronic devices, and tobacco products. All this added up to nearly $7 billion in trade. Currently, the Dominican Republic is one of the main tourism destinations in the Caribbean. The number of hotel rooms have increased year by year. This makes the country the highest lodging capacity in the Caribbean, one of the most attractive and booming locations in the region. In addition to the traditional offer of sun and beach tourism, the Dominican Republic is seeking to encourage cultural tourism in Santo Domingo's colonial city and other points in the country such as La Isabela, Puerto Plata, the first European settlement in the New World. We can also highlight the PGA Corales Punta Cana Resort and Club Championship and the country's new role as a sports destination. In the fashion industry, we can also feature the success of Dominican Moda, Dominican Fashion Week. Because of that, we have a considerable amount of Dominican models currently walking in the most prestigious runways in New York, Paris, and Milan. In the film industry, the cinema law encourages the production of feature films in the Dominican Republic, offering incentives for the production and co-production of movies in the country, making this an important opportunity for collaborative work. The Dominican Republic has the only network access point NAP in the region. It is the first internet exchange center highly connected, operating with the most advanced technology that guarantees the security, reliability, and continuity of companies and institutions. The access point has been designed, built, and operated to offer data center, access and connectivity, disaster recovery, and business continuity solutions using the most advanced telecommunications infrastructure in the region. In education, numerous exchange agreements have been signed between universities. Likewise, we have enjoyed the collaboration of institutions such as Daytona Beach Community College, which played an enormous role in advising on curriculum development and design in the Santo Domingo Advanced Technology Institute, the Dominican Republic's first community college. The establishment of new links and relationships between Florida and the Dominican Republic has involved institutions as diverse as the Government of Florida, Enterprise Florida, the Beacon Council, Miami-Dade County's official economic development body, the Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce, and of course, Broward County Mayor's Office. The Dominican Republic has important opportunities for investments, trade, education, cultural, and technological exchange with Florida. It is our great desire that working together, we can make this dream come true. Thank you so much.
To have you with us and to share with our community all the great opportunities in Dominican Republic. And Dominican Republic is a very important trading partner for Broward County and especially Port Everglades. And on that note, we're going to continue traveling not too far from Dominican Republic. We're going to go to Haiti. And in Haiti, we're going to meet the Honorable Ketina Beyabe, Vice Mayor of Port-au-Prince, Haiti, the capital of Haiti. And very exciting to learn about Haiti, about all the business we can do there. We're so close in proximity and culture. We have a lot of Asian people here. A lot of Creole is here. Great, you have such a great culture, such a rich culture. And there's a lot of business that we can do with Haiti. And definitely look forward to hearing more about tourism as well, the opportunities for tourism. So without further ado, the Honorable Ketina Beyabe, are you on the line? Are you with us? Vice Mayor? I think you were here earlier, so just checking. Okay. Then I guess I apologize if we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. In the meantime, I want to tell you also what's coming up.
Yes, I am.
You are there.
Vice
Oh,
Mayor?
wonderful. Yay, welcome,
I think
welcome.
you were here earlier, so
I know you were calling from Haiti, so thank you for joining us today. It's a great honor to have you, Vice Mayor. And I know you were visiting our mayor as well and us a couple of weeks ago. We were so excited to welcome you here, and I know you were also a past Florida resident. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about yourself and tell us about doing business with Haiti, and we're going to have your PowerPoint up in a few seconds. But first, we're going to have your cover slide. Can we have the cover slides for Haiti, please?
I know you were also a past
I think you have to put mute. I'm sorry, we're having a little bit of technical issue. Can you put mute on your phone or your webcast, Vice Mayor? Because we're hearing some feedback from your side. You have to listen through us through the phone only. Is it possible?
I think you have to put mute. I'm sorry.
Yeah, put mute on the other, on your phone, or, because we hear feedback.
The computer.
Or the computer.
Yes, on mute her phone computer.
Okay. Are you there, Vice Mayor? Hello? You need to mute the computer, or if you have it on the same phone, it's not advisable to have the webcast open. You can close the webcast.
I am.
You're there? Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. And we're going to go
I
right
want
into
to go ahead and, first of all, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It is a great honor for me to participate in this panel today. My name is Katina Belby, and as Paola informed us, I'm the Deputy Mayor of Port-au-Prince in Haiti. I'll give you a quick overview of several of many reasons why we should all be doing business with Haiti. And before I do, I want to congratulate Mayor Holness and yourself also, Paola, for this great initiative. And as Paola informed us, I'm the Deputy Mayor of Port-au-Prince in Haiti. I'll give you a quick overview.
Vice Mayor, I think you're going to have to close the presentation on your phone or somewhere. Just speak on the phone.
Yeah. Like the Mayor Holness has pinpointed to us in our last meeting, is that for Port Everglade alone, in 2016, our export there contributed to $400 million. And why not more? So that was the question. Why not more? So let's talk about Haiti. Why doing business with Haiti? We are very easy to get there, just like my partner on the other side of the island, Dominican Republic. There are daily international flights to Port-au-Prince and Cape Haitian. And once you get there, it's easy to stay there because we have great world-class hotels like Caribbean, Marriott, El Rancho, Oasis, Best Western that were there. And once you get there, now we have to get you around. And again, your transportation was Avis, Hertz, Netcom, Investor Haiti, all of those where chauffeurs available will get you from one point to the other. And your communication with people in the country as well as back home and around the world will be covered through wide cellular coverage and broadcast internet services. So there's no reason why you're not here in Haiti to do business. And again, our competitive and our committed workforce is a major reason why you should be down in Haiti. Our labor force of 4.3 million, 55% of them are below the age of 30. Thus, they are very extremely ready and keen to learn new skills. On top of that, a large pool of them have been able to not only speak the French and Creole that are the mother language of the country, but also English and Spanish. So they are English, French, and Spanish speakers. That alone tells you, hurry up and come to Haiti. We do have, from what the businesses report, an extremely low turnover and absenteeism rate as well, less than 1%. So again, we are ready. There's a lot of untapped opportunities as well. And those potential opportunities for investment are basically in the country's key sectors. And we're talking about tourism, businesses, apparel, and BPOs. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. But I also want to mention that Haiti has a proven track record. A lot of the international companies come to Haiti to try and thrive. And you can tell from the map that you're seeing here that definitely our geostrategic position is excellent. Shipping time is up to 3 days to the U.S. and Latin America, and basically up to 10 days to the Western European ports. 90 minutes from Miami, and you get to Haiti. You can go back to that first map, please. And therefore, Haiti enjoys preferential trade access as well, with 17 developed country markets. Here on this map, I would like for you to try to locate where Port-au-Prince is. Haiti shares the island of Hispaniola with Dominican Republic. And therefore, you will see on that map that it is located in a strategic position. It's in the West Department with a beautiful coastline and also is awaiting to be developed. That coastline is still waiting for such. We do have two international airports, two international ports, which Port-au-Prince, the capital of the country, has one of each. There's several cabotage ports and free and industrial zones as well, which we'll be able to mention a little bit later. Next slide, please. The capital of Haiti, Port-au-Prince, it's about 43 kilometers square, which is, let's say, about 17 square miles, and about 3 million of the population in the metropolitan area, which includes 8 cities. But out of those 3 million people, 1.4 million live in the city of Port-au-Prince alone. This is where the government administrative city is located as well, and also the White House. Although the country is divided into 10 departments, the West Department, specifically where the capital is where all governmental ministries are sieged, which makes Port-au-Prince a business capital. And the opportunities are many. You can have business opportunities in apparel, business process outsourcing, and information technology, tourism, agriculture, and public-private partnership. Haiti is well positioned to actually benefit from economic growth throughout the region. 60% of the country's youth are currently trilingual, as I mentioned. So we are one of the best places to go ahead and have your business. Here, I want to briefly, we're going to go over those points, but I wanted to first of all just give you some information on options that are available to investors, both local and international. If you want to set up a business in Haiti, you can set it up as sole proprietorship, registered partnership, limited liability company, as we know, corporation, subsidiary of a foreign company. It will take you just about approximately 6 weeks. So, important information to also have is that we have what is called the investor-friendly climate. The Center for Facilitation of Investment is actually present to support investors through the whole investment process. And it is where I call them the one-stop place. Haiti has a pro-private sector investment code as well, with exceptional incentives including up to 15 years of tax exempt, and we'll go over that a little bit further. Funding is available from local banks as well as the national bank. And Haiti has high quality opportunities in industrial parks and free zones. Next slide, please. We're talking about that Center for the Facilitation of Investment. On that slide, I made sure that you have the website, because it will be very important for any new investor to have that website in order to gather all the information. Because what I'm giving you today is a quick bit and not everything, but they'll have most of the information. That is for us, our one-stop shop. It has been created, the CSI was created on January 31st, 2006, and its mission is to promote investment opportunities and assist investors in the implementation of their projects in Haiti. The support tools are also located in the CFI website. And to catch up on time, I will leave it to you guys to navigate the CFI website and get familiar with these support tools as well. The Chamber of Commerce is one of the other associations that it will facilitate business opportunities and also match international with local business. Next slide, please. Tools are also located in the CFI website. And to catch up on time, I will leave it to you guys to navigate the CFI website and get familiar with the support tools as well. The Chamber of Commerce is one of the other associations. When we're talking about the Haiti Investment Code, we want to really look at the key eligible sectors. And here we're looking at agriculture, artisanal production, tourism, exports, national industry, and the free trade zone. You will see that they're color-coded, and they are color-coded by their exemption similarity. So quickly, let's take a look at agricultural and artisanal production.
Sorry,
you will see
we hear a bit of
the
background noise.
Give you about up to 15 years, and payroll taxes and other direct internal taxes, and so on and so forth. Agriculture is considered vital to Haiti's economic development. Coffee and chocolate production are actually a fertile ground for job creation. Job creation meaning development for the country itself. And those are totally natural. So we're talking organic here, definitely. The artisanal production actually shows the culture of Haiti, and that's where we're big at. And those are the potential investments that we have here in Haiti in those two sectors. Next slide, please.
Tourism. We're on the tourism slide.
When we're talking about tourism in Haiti, well, now this is something else. Being in the Caribbean, there's something called Carnival. Definitely, you know about Carnival for tourism. It's one of the yearly activities that bring the most tourists in Haiti. Our beaches and our beautiful sites are other ways of also attracting tourism. Tourism has the potential to jumpstart the economy and help in the building of Haiti. Desperately needed jobs will be created, and also the improvement of overall infrastructure in the nation is needed and therefore already en route to make sure that tourism blooms and brings that jumpstart that we need for the economy here in Haiti. When we talk a little bit about exportation, again, those two were put together because they have similar exemptions based on the investment code. You have the exemption from your security deposit that is provided for in the custom code. Even your IRS income generated by the investment, you are exempt from that as well. There's different specific exemption that you get just by having tourism or exportation business. Next slide, please.
We're on the next slide, domestic industries.
Now, the incentive for the domestic and the national industries. Here, we're talking about, we're in the lapse of 15 years for the exemption. I'm not exceeding that, and the exemptions are a bit different. But let's talk about domestic and national industries. In 2019, Haiti exported about 1.4 billion, but only imported 4.9 billion. Sorry, I say that back. It exported 1.4, but the importation was 4.9. So that's a major gap right there. So that resulted definitely in a negative trade balance of about negative $3.5 billion. So Haiti's main import here is, for us, is rice, petrol, cars, milk, wheat, and fabrics. But listen to what I just listed: rice, milk, wheat, fabric. We are importing these, but these can also be made at home. So for everything we're importing right now, we might need it, but that's an opportunity to actually be having some industries and the commerce of these particular sectors to grow, so that we can start exporting these and having that gap, that trade balance, a little bit way more positive instead of a negative 3.5. Again, I want to reintegrate that we do have a great geostrategic position, and our labor force is one of the best. Therefore, excuse me, bringing your business to Haiti is a must. Next slide, please.
Okay. Other sectors?
There are other sectors.
Yeah.
There are other sectors as well where the investment codes do allow for some exemptions, and we're not going to go in detail on them. But just think about this. The priorities for those other types of sectors that get specific or special exemptions or for economic development, i.e., we're talking about construction, housing, renewable energy, environment, recycling. So all of these type of businesses are investment, or that's what we're waiting for, and that's what we would like to have here in Haiti. So come along. Next slide, please. We're here on the free zone. So the free zone also have their own type of exemptions, still not exceeding 15 years. So the promoters and the operators of the free zone get those exceptions. High quality opportunities in industrial parks and free zones, that's what Haiti provides, including on-site electricity generation and wastewater treatment facilities. Haiti has 4 industrial parks, 5 free zones, plus 1 free zone which is not yet functioning. However, the industrial parks that are in Caracas and Metropolitan are public. All other industrial parks are free zones, and free zones are privately run. This is why, again, it allows for a lot of opportunities for businesses and investments to come to Haiti. 7 out of 9 of the industrial parks and free zones have their own on-site water wells. When you're looking at the different type of free zones that we have, water and electricity are included in the rent, and 2 of our free zones, which is the Lafito one, which is close to the West Department, and also in the other free zone. Next slide, please.
We're on the benefits for investors.
So here again are pictures that show some of the free zones that we already have established in Haiti. The total tax exemption on the income generated, that's for the investors, again for 10 years. You're exempt. Then 6 free zones and 2 hybrids are operational already currently. That's all we have. And we cannot wait to open way more of these industrial parks, and there are space still available. Next slide, please. I apologize, I'm rushing a little bit because of time-wise, but we got to almost the end. And here is just to talk to you guys about the funding, the financial funding that we have, financial system incentive that we also have in Haiti for investors. So we have the National Bank, which is the RH, and also all the other private banks and financial institutions, but they each have their own particular program to go ahead and finance sectors in agriculture, also in free zones, if you're going to the industrial parks, if you're going to tourism, if you're going to construction, exportation, all of those have specific incentives for you. So feel free to once again browse, go through the website for CSI, and it will give you way more information on the different type of opportunities that they're giving and incentives that they're giving. Next slide, please.
We're on the next slide.
Apart from the financial industry, I wanted to also show that the government itself, throughout its ministries, has made sure that they support investors in several sectors. For example, the Ministry of Agriculture will have a specific fund there to support investors in the agricultural sector. You have the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Industries. Basically, is an intermediary and a companion. It will be there for you, the facilitator to achieving any type of project that you have that is tourism bound. The Ministry of Trade and Industry is here as well to support development of small and medium enterprise, and those funds are there to support you guys if that's the type of industry or of business that you wish to open in Haiti. When you go down to some of the projects and products that the Ministry of Economy and Finance presents and has, it's going to help you out with agriculture, agribusiness, and also anything that is associated to agricultural services. This basically informs you that not only do we have the financial services that have packages and incentives for us, but we have the best labor force in the best geostrategic location and trilingual. We are open for business, and we're waiting to get this number with the Port of Everglades increased by tenfold, if possibly as fast as possible. Next slide, please.
Mm-hmm.
This will be the end. Once again, I want to thank Paola and Mayor Holness to invite me to be part of this panel. And Port-au-Prince, thank you for listening to our summary, and here welcomes you and can't wait to have you guys in Port-au-Prince soon enough to conduct business. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. We look forward to come and visiting you in Port-au-Prince, do more business. It was a very interesting presentation. So now we're going to move to our next speaker. If we can have you on mute, Vice Mayor, we can have you on mute so we can move to our next speakers.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. We look forward to come and visiting you in Port-au-Prince, do more business. It was a very interesting now, next speaker, if we can have you on.
Okay, sorry about that. That what happened is we tell our speakers to mute on the other end, because if not, we hear the webcast in the background. So no worries. This is the joys of technology. We're going to go to our next speaker. Leonardo Figueras, are you on the line? Leonardo, are you there? I hope we have Leonardo, because he's with the World Trade Center, Sao Paulo, and I was told he's on the line, so hopefully he's here.
In the background, so no worries. This is the joys of technology. We're going to go to our next speaker. Leonardo Figueras, are you on the line?
Yeah.
Leonardo.
Okay, thank you, Leonardo. Before you speak, Leonardo, I think can the other speakers that already spoke hang up the phone? Just hang up the phone, and we're going to have this Leonardo and Max and Gabriel stay on the line. So, Leonardo, thank you for being with us. Leonardo, you are the CEO of the World Trade Center,
Hello?
Sao Paulo. Can you hear me?
Paola?
Yes, can you hear me, Leonardo? Hello? Can somebody, whoever has the background noise, I don't know who has the background noise, can they please unmute? Everybody should be on mute except for Leonardo. Leonardo, are you there? I can hear you. Are you there, Leonardo?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Paola.
Thank you.
And I would like to thank you also, Jaime. We are very excited with this partnership with World Trade Center Fort Lauderdale. And we have two main things on this partnership. The real estate partnership, we have done a couple projects in real estate projects in Miami. We did 2 residential buildings in the last years, the Regalia, and this year we launched the 1000 Museum in Biscayne, 1000. And we are very excited with this partnership because the United States is the one of Brazil's main trading partner. International products from the American country are very desired by the many Brazilians, which take the market more attractive, make the country one of the main countries when we talk about importing products from the United States. Just to have idea, in 2019 it was no different because generated revenues of 30.1 billion in value, that 3.6% higher than in 2018 when the value was the 29 billion of importation from the United States. So in the last 5 years have shown an increase of imports and the first months of hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Continue. We can hear you, Leonardo. Leonardo, we don't hear you anymore. Are you there? I think we lost our speaker. Leonardo? I know it's challenging because he's calling from Brazil, people are calling from all over the world. Leonardo, are you there? We don't hear you anymore.
Paula, he dropped from the line.
He dropped from the line. Okay.
Yes.
So I think what we're going to do is we're going to see if maybe jump into our next speaker. And I'm going to ask if Max, are you there? Max Rodriguez. Gabriel? Okay, we're having a little bit of technical issues. I apologize.
Maybe jump into our next speaker. And I'm going to ask if Max, are you there? Max Rodriguez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Max, you there? Or Leonardo, who's this?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Who's there? We can hear you. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We hear you.
We hear you. One moment.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello, this is Matt. Hello.
This is Max? Okay. Max, can you hear me? Can you hear us, Max? I don't think he can hear us.
Hello.
Max, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Good evening. Thank you to the organizer for the invitation. I'm happy to be here. This is Max Rodriguez, Trade Commissioner of from Peru, Miami. Thank you again to Jaime Silva and congratulations for the inauguration of the World Trade Center for Lauderdale. Next slide, please.
Yes.
Let's talk about Peru, the economy, trade development, and business opportunities. But first, I want to tell you that from Peru, we promote the country brand. And for that, we have the Trade and Tourism Division. But since this year, we have incorporated the Investment Division. Now, in Peru, we continue with the Pro-Inversión institution that promotes large investment in public services and infrastructure. And now, from Peru, we encourage the promotion, attraction, retention, and expansion of the foreign direct investment in greenfield projects, partnerships, or acquisition for the generation of goods and services. Next slide, please.
We're on the new investment slide, or?
One more?
Investing in Peru slide.
Peru.
Yes.
Peru is a country with great investment opportunities. The location of Peru, the next slide, please. The location of Peru is in a strategic place in the center of South America with a good connectivity. And we are only 5 hours from Miami or 8 hours from New York or Los Angeles. We have variables that allow us to be a good investment destination. Perhaps the most important is that the last 20 years we have been the country with the best macroeconomic indicators in the region, which allow us to have a healthy and robust economy. When we opened our economy, we were able to sign 22 free trade agreements that allow us to increase our export of value-added products to the new markets. This export boom has generated an entrepreneurial attitude for business and great development of local talent. Next slide, please.
We're on the next slide, investment projects.
Likewise, an excellent environment to invest, enjoy life. I saw in there are 80 participants in this event, and I don't know how many of you know my country. Peru has been considered the best culinary destination in the world for 8 times at the World Travel Awards on December 2019. Next slide, please. I will talk about Peru. As for the economics of Peru, I always tell a success story. This because 30 years ago, at the end of the 80s, Peru had a poverty close to 60%, with a high inflation, more than 7,000% in 1999. Then there were changes in the economic policy that began in the early 19th, 1990s, and that were implemented in the following years.
Today, Peru is one of the emerging economies that have grown almost 5% during the last 20 years. The gross domestic product per capita per purchasing power parity increased in 155% since 1999. Likewise, Peru has the lowest inflation rate in the region the last 20 years. On the other hand, Peru has one of the highest ratios of international reserves with respect to the gross domestic product in the world. So also Peru has low debt and solid external account, which cause the stability of the Peruvian economy. One of the strategies that promote this economic soundness was the open the market, which was consolidated with the free trade agreement with the United States 10 years ago. Today, 89% of the Peruvian export go to market with trade agreements. And also there are a lot of potential sector. For example, the food industry. Peru is one of the countries with the greatest biodiversity in the world. This has allowed us that in the last 10 years, our exports of fruit and vegetables increased in 900% in the U.S. market and almost 500% in the whole world. Today, Peru is the first supplier in the United States of blueberries, quinoa, the second as asparagus, avocado, mango, citrus fruit, the third in grapes and coffee. In addition to this product, there are another products that are part of our biodiversity with great potential in the market that need investment for their development, such as camu camu, Amazonian product that has 50 times more concentration of vitamin C than orange, ideal for this kind of COVID-19. There is also maca, an energizing product that helps the immune system, such as inchi, rich in omega-3, 6, and 9, and many other products. As the food sector, we also have opportunities in the textile sector, where we have comparative advantage for Pima cotton and alpaca fiber, the tourism with Machu Picchu as one of the new 7 wonders of the world, manufacturing and other sectors. And also, we always work together with the private sector, and we have a joint venture with which we work together to identify opportunities. Finally, we want to comment on 2 events that we have. The first is the Lab 4, which is an initiative of the Pacific Alliance that we work together with Colombia, Chile, and Mexico on promoting the startups. Next slide, please. And the other event is a forum. We promote the investment opportunities that will take place on December 2 and December 3. This is a work with the private sector, with the companies that export several products like food industry, textile, tourism, and other sectors. And the next slide, please, and the most important slide is thank you very much. And that is our email. We invite you to contact us to give you more information about the investment opportunities in Peru. And again, congratulations for the World Trade Center for Lauderdale.
Before we go to Jamaica, I wanted to see, I apologize earlier, we lost our speaker from Brazil. Leonardo, are you back on the line? Is Leonardo there? No? Okay. Gabriel, are you there? Gabriel? Do we have you on the line, Gabriel? Okay, let me see. We don't have Gabriel on the line, so do we have anybody? No? They were there.
Yes, I am here. Gabriel is here. Let me know if you can hear me.
Yes, yes, we can hear you, Gabriel. Thank you so much, Gabriel Aaron, the VP of Marketing for Jamaica Promotions Corporation.
Yes, I am here.
JAMPRO, thank you. We're going to go on to your presentation. So,
hello, I am here.
Yes, you can start, Gabriel. If you can turn down your the presentation because we hear a background noise, Gabriel.
Okay. For having me. Good afternoon, everyone. Mayor Dale Holness, Broward County, Florida. Sure. Director Sandy Michael McDonald, Broward County Office of Economic and Small Business Development, other participants and viewers online. Thank you very much for having me. I would like to also say thank you for inviting Jamaica and by extension JAMPRO, which is the Investment and Export Promotional arm of the Jamaican government, to the Broward County, Florida Doing Business with the World and the World Trade Center Fort Lauderdale inauguration. And congratulations, of course, on this inauguration. The presentation will go through briefly an overview of Jamaica, the sectors that for investment, exports, and then, of course, a closeout slide. Firstly, I would like to speak to, just to put things in context, the imports from the USA to Jamaica in 2019 total 2.87 billion. So, US is our main trade partner with imports from minerals, machinery, electronics, chemicals, cereals, plastics, making up a major part of that 2.87 billion. So we could move to the next slide, please. And what we want to look at here is an overview of Jamaica. And while there are opinions or ideas about what Jamaica presents, and of course this information is pre-COVID-19, it's important to put things into context. So the debt to GDP ratio for Jamaica has reduced significantly from 96% to 140%. Based on the Doing Business report, we've actually improved our positioning from 75 to 71 out of 190 countries. Unknown to many folks, Jamaica was actually ranked as the #1 performing stock market in the year 2015 and the year 2018. We've managed to reduce our inflation rate as at September 2019 to as low as 3.4%. Our unemployment rate is currently at a historic low of 7.8%. Starting a business in Jamaica, we're currently ranked 6th globally by the World Bank Doing Business. I've recognized that you've actually gone on to the new report. So another important point is credit rating. Jamaica's credit rating has been upgraded from stable to positive by the Standard & Poor's 2018. So those are important facts about Jamaica. Next slide, please.
We're on the sectors for investment slide. Yeah.
As it relates to our sectors for investment, it's very important to understand the strategic location for where Jamaica is. Globally, we sit in the middle of the Caribbean with a direct reach to the USA, South America, Central America, and from a logistics perspective as well, we also can accommodate Panamax-sized vessels. So in terms of shipping and logistics, we're a prime location. But I wish to speak first on outsourcing. We have over 60 countries locally, 80% of which are internationally recognized companies such as IBEX and Sutherland, with over 40,000 plus agents working within the market. These are the industry size of actually 500 million US as of 2019. So we have a very robust outsourcing industry in Jamaica at the moment. So I'll move on now to energy. The government recently released an international integrated resource plan, which in essence are proving the drive to attain energy generation capacity for 514 megawatts, along wind and solar, 320 megawatts, liquefied natural gas, 120 megawatts, and waste to energy, 74 megawatts. Now, if we move on now to mining, Jamaica focuses on investment in alumina and in limestone. Our limestone is actually 98% high-grade quality. So this presents a very good opportunity to enter into the pharmaceutical space as it relates to limestone. In the logistics area, as I mentioned before, Jamaica is particularly has an advantage with the strategic location, and where we can accommodate Panamax vessels, and we also have established special economic zones. In particular, investment opportunities are the Port of Kingston and the Cayman Special Economic Zone. As it relates to agricultural investment, there is a major drive in Jamaica at the moment now towards greenhouse gases, towards agribusiness investment, as the discerning consumer across the globe actually is looking for fresh produce. And Jamaica's perfect soil and climate environment and a very available arable land is ideal for this environment. And finally, also, of course, our tourism investment opportunities still thrive. We have over 400 million visitors in 2019, and we continue to be a prime destination for tourism investments. I will now speak to exports. So you could move to the next slide, although I noticed that you have already. But as it relates to exports, we have significant focus on fresh produce, such as ginger, Scotch bonnet pepper, the renowned Scotch bonnet pepper, cocoa, and tropical fruits. As it relates to our processed food exports, we have rum, Blue Mountain coffee, sauces, and jerk seasons, which as commodities and as products have become globally known, particularly our rum and our Blue Mountain coffee. We already spoke on the building materials such as limestone as an investment opportunity. We also export limestone at a 99% high purity availability. We also export personal care items in cosmetics and hair products. And on that note, I'll end there. Next slide, please. Please do contact us using the contact information there. And I also encourage you to visit our website, dobusinessjamaica.com. Thank you very much to Paola and the team for extending the invite to JamPro, Do Business Jamaica. We are very, very appreciative of the opportunity, and let's contact us. Let's do business. All the best. Thanks again.
Okay. Thank you so much, Gabriel. And we're very excited to do business with Jamaica, strong trading partner for Florida. These are exciting times to do more things in the Caribbean. So I'm just going to try to see if Leonardo was able to connect back. And if he's not, we will have him at our next event. We apologize. Sometimes, people are calling from all over the world. So he may have had some technical issues. Leonardo, are you there? No? Okay, well, on that note, we'll definitely do something special for Brazil in the future. And we're going to thank all our speakers. I'm going to introduce Mayor Dale V.C. Holness. He's back with us. Thank you for joining us again, Mayor. This is exciting, right? We're going to trade with Latin America and the Caribbean. Can you thank all our speakers for being with us today?
Well, it is a wonderful program. Merci ampil, merci beaucoup, muchas gracias a todo. Thanks to everyone who participated. Thanks to our great presenters, Lionel Fernandez, His Excellency, former President of Dominican Republic, Ms. Ketiana Belabe, the Vice Mayor of Port-au-Prince, Mr. Leonardo Figueres from the World Trade Center in Sao Paulo, Brazil, Max Rodriguez Galin, Director, Trade Office of Peru in Miami, and Mayadman, Gabriel Heron, VP of Marketing, Jamaica Promotions. On behalf of the people of Broward County, I want to thank you all for participating in this great presentation. And as mayor, I'm so grateful to have this year of opportunities at this point in time, considering the fact that we are still in a global pandemic, and we'll get through this, and together we will build prosperity for all our people, both here in Broward County and around the world. We want to be the center to connect the world together, to do business, to create prosperity and peace and harmony amongst all the people of the world. Thanks to all of you for participating, and I know we'll be right back with more information and more opportunities to do business with the world.
Thank you so much, Mayor. This is exciting. We concluded our first half of this full-day special event. It's our largest event of the year, virtual event, of course, because due to COVID, otherwise we would have had the Florida International Trade and Cultural Expo that we have every year. But don't worry, because next year, in 2021, we're bringing back the expo, and it's going to be bigger than ever because we partnered with Sister Cities International. So stay tuned, because we're going to announce Feet Safe for next year. But this year, we're happy that you could join us all virtually. Actually, there's more people sometimes joining because it's easier with the technology to join us virtually. Even our speakers are calling from all over the world. So we're very excited. And we're going to take a little break. We're going to be back at 1:30 here. We're going to present Doing Business with Europe. I'm so excited because now that we travel to Latin America and the Caribbean, we're going to take a flight from our airport, right, Mayor? And we're going to go to Europe. Yeah. So next we're going to go to Europe, and we're going to do a virtual visit there. And who we're going to have? The Honorable Andreas Siegel, Consul General of Germany. We're going to have Peter Zechex, I hope I pronounced his name right, from the economic section of the Embassy of the Czech Republic in Washington, D.C. We're going to also have Christelle Maffrey, who is Director of Enterprise Florida for France, Italy, and the Benelux, and she will present on behalf of Yassine Nahi, who's the Director of UK and Ireland. Yassine had, unfortunately, something happened in his family, so he won't be able to join us. But Christelle is going to cover the UK as well. And this is all moderated by Andrea Moore. She is wonderful. We did a European event with her back in February. She's the European concierge for Enterprise Florida, so she will be moderating this panel. So please make sure to come and see us again at 1:30 p.m. We'll be right here. Exciting times. We're going to go to Europe. So we'll see you in a little bit. Thank you. back, everyone, to Doing Business with the World and the inauguration of the World Trade Center, Fort Lauderdale. We had a great first session this morning. We had some welcome remarks from our mayor, the Honorable Dale V.C. Olness. We also heard from our director of the Office of Economic and Small Business, from Port Everglades, and we heard from Enterprise Florida and Department of Commerce. And now we're continuing our program because this morning we talked about the World Trade Center, how we're going to inaugurate the plans for the World Trade Center for Lauderdale,
Cannot
the
hear
partnership
Paula.
with Miami.
I can't either.
Can you? Okay. And
Your
partnership with
computer
Miami,
on,
and
then after
also,
put yourself on mute.
I'm sorry, can you all be on mute, the speakers? Sorry, we're having a little bit of technical issues. All the speakers that are here for Europe, can you please be on mute, please? Thank you, thank you. And then, so this morning, we covered the World Trade Center for Lauderdale, as well as we heard from the two incubators that we will have, which is the USA Italy Gateway, and also the Maine and Britain Trade Center. Then, we went to Latin America and the Caribbean. And we heard from the former president of Dominican Republic, Leonel Fernandez, His Excellency. We also heard from the vice mayor of Haiti, and we had some great comments from Peru and from Jamaica and a little bit from Brazil. But now we're continuing our program, and I'm going to continue. We're going to do Doing Business with Europe. And I have the honor to present to you our moderator. We're going to have a moderator for this session. Her name is Andrea Moore, and Andrea Moore is with Enterprise Florida. And she's a regional director, but she's also in charge of the Europe programs, the Europe Concierge program. So without further ado, I'm going to give the way to Andrea, and Andrea is going to present our wonderful speaker for Doing Business with Europe. Thank you, Andrea, for being with us.
Thank you very much, Paula, for this kind introduction. Thanks also to the Economic Development Department of Broward County for hosting this very important international business and trade event. And on top of everything else, congratulations to the inauguration of the World Trade Center, Fort Lauderdale. Welcome to those of you joining us on the phone or on the internet to the afternoon panel entitled Doing Business with Europe. My name, like Paula said, is Andrea Moore, and I serve as a regional manager for Enterprise Florida, Florida's principal economic development organization, also as the Trade Division's Information and Communication Technology Specialist, and as program manager for Enterprise Florida's new virtual business matchmaking program. This afternoon, it is my distinct pleasure to be able to present to you several experts in the field of international business, specifically between the U.S. and Europe. I hope you leave this session today with an appreciation for international collaboration and a clear understanding that Florida is truly blessed with an infrastructure of support for companies interested in commercial engagement with the world, including, of course, with Europe. Europe and the United States have long enjoyed close economic relations, creating jobs on both sides of the Atlantic and fostering commercial and cultural and economic exchange. Historically, they've been linked by shared values and interests, as well as by common concerns, including securing supply chains and dealing with unfair Chinese trade practices. These transatlantic ties remain a major artery of the world economy, with $1 trillion in two-way trade annually, according to a recent article published by the Atlantic Council. In 2020, it has become clear that a robust U.S.-EU partnership will also be vital to the post-COVID-19 economic recovery. So, today we are taking a look not as much as our past collaborations, but at the potential of future ones, especially with regard to trade. So, at this time, I would like to introduce the first speaker of our panel this afternoon, the Honorable Andreas Siegel, Consul General of the Federal Republic of Germany in Miami. Andreas Siegel is a career diplomat with a broad range of international experience
in strategic, political, economic, and cultural affairs. He holds both a postgraduate diploma of the College of Europe in Bruges, Belgium, and a master's degree of French, English, and American literature and linguistics from the University of Freiburg in Germany. Andreas has had a long time connection and affinity with the United States. He was an AFS exchange student in Michigan during the bicentennial year in 1975-76. And in the early 1990s, he served as a vice consul at the German Consulate General in Boston, Massachusetts. Before coming to Florida in 2019, July in fact, Andreas headed the German Consulate General in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, which is where I had the pleasure of meeting him for the first time, since Enterprise Florida had conducted a trade mission to Vietnam. Prior to that posting, Andreas served in numerous strategic planning and leadership roles around the globe. In fact, so many, it would take up a lot of time to mention them. So for that reason, without further ado, I would like to present to you Mr. Siegel to get us started with a look at doing business with Germany.
Well, thank you very much, Andrea, for this introduction, and thank you to the World Trade Center and the Economic Development team to have me participate in this. And my special greetings go to Mayor Holness. I'm not aware whether he's still around, but please convey my greetings to him. So I will speak to you today in my capacity as a local EU chair of all the consulates represented here, the European consulates in Florida, and as a German consul general, and also in my personal capacity. So I regret very much that we don't have an opportunity to have a personal exchange because of the pandemic, but I hope we can follow this up in person as soon as possible. Well, as you can see, sort of symbolized in the first slide, we have all immense challenges before us in the U.S. and in Europe. We have this common problem, the pandemic, which is, of course, impacting in many ways our daily lives. In particular, of course, the economy, and that's why it's so important to find a cooperative solution, if possible, in solving this in the most harmonious way possible, and to master all the health challenges, of course, with mitigation, prevention, and hopefully a vaccine very soon, but also to help the economy recover. In particular, if I think of Florida and Europe, we have a very strong relationship in tourism, also in trade and trade fairs. All this is hampered very much by the current pandemic, and so I think it's very, very key to have a sound communication, all this, and to be in constant contact on overcoming this pandemic. But even more so, I think it's important to look ahead and see what we can do beyond the pandemic. On the next slide, it is sort of a little bit the picture that we have seen in the past couple of years. Even though the U.S. and Europe are traditional partners, have been for more than 75 years, I am a little bit saddened as a diplomat and as a father of an American-born daughter that in the past couple of years the focus was more on differences and obstacles rather than on opportunities. So my message here is we should look at our opportunities, and that's why we should go to the next slide.
Yes. We're on the next slide.
Mm-hmm. And that will tell you that actually EU and the US are not only really the preferred international partners, but that they're also drivers of progress. I mean, the partnership is is really with 800 million consumers altogether. It's driving economic growth worldwide, trade, and prosperity. And although we only represent together 10% of world population, we do almost achieve half of global GDP and more than 30% of trade flows. And as far as we are, and our bilateral trade partnership is concerned, we are the biggest and largest in the world. So let us fully take advantage of this potential. And go on to the next slide. So cooperation is really a win-win. You could see that inside the EU. Since 1992, we have a single market in the EU, which has drastically reduced trade costs and investment costs and has boosted GDP enormously. It has big advantages like common standard setting. We can facilitate trade and can mutually help ourselves to stay competitive. We can also be more innovative with cooperation and investment and trade and produce new creative ideas and increase productivity in Europe and in the United States. And by creating joint ventures or other business opportunities and business models, we can create jobs, as has been done, by the way. I'll come back to that in a minute. And as has been indicated in the beginning by Andrea, we are facing a big competitor in Asia. I mean, all the Asian countries, not only China, but the ASEAN community, is a very dynamic region, and very soon they will be the trendsetter if we are not ready in Europe and in the United States to work together even more than we've done previously. So let's go to Germany. If we look more specifically on U.S.-German relations, you can say that, well, Germany is the fourth biggest economy worldwide. It is very centrally located in Europe at the core of the EU single market. And so it's a very good starting point for doing business with other EU countries. It has a very good infrastructure and connectivity. There has been a study by McKinsey World some time ago, which came up with the result that Germany had the best connectedness in the world concerning the connectedness of people, of goods, of services, and also in the IT connections. So, on top of all that, Germany has been the third biggest foreign job creator in the U.S. And also in Florida, actually. The strong sectors are, of course, automotive, chemicals, optics, medical tech, engineering, and logistics, and biotech. For example, the partner of the Pfizer company, who is now being in the media discussed as a probably likely producer of the first vaccine against the virus, the partner company, BioNTech, is a German company. So next slide.
We're on the next slide. We are on the next slide. You can go ahead and talk. There's a little delay.
Yeah. So if we are now looking a little bit more closer to what the potential is for Florida and Broward, we can see that we have about 200,000 Germans residing already in Florida, and as many as 400 or 450,000 German tourists every year. That is, of course, without the pandemic. We have with Lufthansa Airlines a very reliable carrier, where Florida is actually the transatlantic hub for this airline. We are regularly participating in trade shows here in particular, for example, the sea trade shows. And we have already a very strong German footprint in Florida, in particular in the Tampa and Orlando area, with more than 70 manufacturing companies and a very good cluster of high-tech companies on the Space Coast. In Broward, you can point to the fact that we have sort of the regional headquarters of DHL and Lufthansa Cargo and others here in the region, and we have also the U.S. headquarters of Sixt, the car rental in Broward. And by the way, BMW, which is the biggest U.S. car exporter, mostly exports the cars through Port Everglades. Next.
We're on the next slide.
So another topic which I would be glad to develop further with any interested company and also with the economic trade development teams is to discuss possibilities of workforce development. And Germany is known for the dual vocational training, which combines the theoretical knowledge acquisition with on-the-job training in the company, and is highly recognized and has a reputed worldwide. It has already been tried in Florida with the Skills Initiative some years ago, in particular in the Tampa Bay area, and unfortunately it hasn't found enough resonance among the companies to sort of get really consolidated, but there's a new cluster of companies developing on the Space Coast, which is still promoting this dual vocational training model, and they are convinced that it's the right time also to think about this when we are in a time of a pandemic. So that would be sort of another option for going together to be fit for the future. So if you have any questions on these issues, the Consul General, along with Enterprise Florida and the economic development agencies of the counties, can show you the way to, well, on the one hand, trade investment in Germany and Europe, or, as I just mentioned, vocational training options in Florida. So it's clear that if we look at these things together, for example, knowing that Enterprise Florida has also a European representation in Munich, for example, we can be really we can take advantage of those opportunities together. And so by knowing your tools and your partners, you can be more successful than you can be just by going alone. And what you've just seen here on the screen is the logo of the German EU presidency and the logo of our cooperation between Germany and the US and Germany and Florida. So thank you very much for having this opportunity to participate, and so I give the floor back to Andrea.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siegel, for this very informative overview and addressing areas of opportunity specifically in culture and commerce and workforce development, as they are very important economic drivers. Very much appreciated. Next up, I would like to welcome and introduce to you Mr. Peter Ježek. Mr. Ježek was appointed as the agricultural counselor at the Czech Embassy in Washington, D.C. in August 2017. Following his graduation from the Czech University of Life Sciences Prague in 2002, Peter joined the Trade Department at the Ministry of Agriculture. From 2008 to 2012, he worked as permanent representation of the Czech Republic in Brussels on agriculture and trade issues before posting to Washington, D.C. Peter served for 5 years as the Director of Trade Department of the Ministry of Agriculture, and his task is to promote the Czech Republic in the U.S., helping Czech companies in the U.S. market and develop good relations between both nations in both agriculture and food sectors. Peter, we're looking forward to your observations about your country juxtaposed to the United States. Go ahead.
Andrea, thank you very much. And good afternoon, everyone. Let me also thank Paola and all the organizers for having me in this panel on doing business with Europe. And I would like to also thank to Mr. Siegel, the speaker before me, who covered the EU-US relations in general. And I would like to say that he made some excellent points. And I will try to do my best to raise the awareness about the Czech Republic among other countries that have already been and will be presented to all of you. So next slide, please. Here you can see some key factors and key facts about our country, where some 11 million people live on 80,000 square kilometers of land framed by beautiful mountains. And in the picture below the table, you should see the evening view of the Prague Castle, beautiful Prague Castle, the seat of our president in our capital, Prague. Next slide, please.
We're on the next slide.
In this map, you should see how conveniently the Czech Republic is placed in Europe. Some people say that Brussels is in the heart of the European Union, maybe from the institutional point of view, but geographically, you can see that Czechia is in the very heart. You can fly in less than 2 hours to most Europe destinations from Prague Airport. Next slide, please. Many U.S. companies have already found the Czech Republic attractive for setting up business or cooperation. In the last 30 years, more than 250 U.S. companies started their business and invested more than $6 billion US. These investments have created 50,000 jobs, mainly in high added value sectors like IT or aviation. Let me mention, among others, Microsoft, Hewlett-Packard, IBM, Red Hat, Honeywell, Amazon, GE, Bell Helicopters, or, for example, Coca-Cola. Next slide, please. The Czech Republic is a small, open, export-oriented country, and our strongest business ties are with our western neighbor, Germany. In the slide, you can see other important characteristics to take into account when considering Czechia as the place for investment and doing business. We joined the European Union in 2004, and that helped us to be internationally recognized as the optimal business environment from which to better serve international customers. This is a result of several factors, the most notable being the sustained enhancement to the business environment implemented by the Czech government and the ability of the country's preeminent national resource, intellectual capital, to respond to the needs of knowledge-based and innovation-driven businesses. As for the business culture, we can say it's quite similar to standard Western European countries, for example, again, Germany. There might be some differences between the older generation that grew up in the socialist regime and the younger generation that is accustomed to a free, competition-driven market. But if we leave this aside, formality and hierarchy are two of the prevailing characteristics of Czech business culture. Also, to make an excellent impression on people in our republic is to maintain a professional approach. Next slide, please. Here you can see some key sectors for doing business. These include aerospace, automotive, business services, electrical engineering, advanced engineering, ICT, life sciences, and nanotechnology. It is, of course, not the exclusive list because I'm going to add some points from agriculture and food sector later on. Next slide, please. The first sector I would like to talk about is aviation, because the Czech Republic has a long tradition dating back to early 20th century, and has always had a strong presence in this sector. Over the years, the country has made a name for itself based on outstanding quality, reliability, and innovation in the industry. From basic production to final aircraft assembly and cutting-edge research and development programs, the local aerospace industry has progressed significantly and simply cannot be overlooked. It may be worth mentioning that more than 32,000 aircraft and 37,000 engines have been manufactured in our small country. We are one of the largest ultralight and light sport aircraft producers, and there is a well-developed supplier base and world-class research and development centers. Next slide, please. The next key sector would be automotive. Our country plays a significant role in this sector with its unique location, good infrastructure, and skilled workforce. In per capita terms, we are the leading producer of buses and rank as second in the world in passenger car production. It is the largest sector with the 9% share of GDP. Among some 800 companies in the industry, there are three major car makers. Škoda Auto, which is within the Volkswagen Group, TPCA, which is Toyota Group PCA joint venture, and Hyundai Motor Manufacturing Czech. And we are one of the leading European centers for automotive-related design and research and development activities. With the central-long engineering tradition, intensive collaboration with Czech universities on cutting-edge technologies and government support, that makes the Czech Republic an ideal destination for future mobility. 80% of the production is exported from our country, not just to Europe, but also to many other countries in the world. Next slide, please. The Czech Republic has become an important location also for business services. The sector is now one of the fastest growing industries in the country. Its role in the labor market is very significant as it currently employs over 110,000 people in more than 300 business service centers around the country. The Czech Republic offers several attractive locations for business shared services, and strong education system produces extremely talented workforce. In the map, you can see some key players who already established the business within our borders. Next slide, please. Electrical engineering and electronics is a fast-growing sector due to digitization and miniaturization. It is the second largest sector of the Czech economy with a more than 13% share in overall manufacturing output. Over 15,000 companies employ nearly 150,000 workers with various skills. If you are looking for a partner in this sector, try also some company from our country. Next slide, please. Since the early 20th century, the engineering industry remained one of the cornerstones of the Czech economy. Stable economic environment, high level of manufacturing, technological maturity, and cutting-edge research and development contribute to the creation of the optimal climate for business establishment and further development. In this regard, I would like to mention two interesting facts. First, that our country is the most industrialized country within the European Union, as manufacturing accounts for more than 27% of the industry, while the industry generates nearly 40% of the GDP. And second, that the Czech Republic is truly a land of robotics. Not only the word robot was used first by the Czech writer named Karel Čapek in his famous RUR science fiction play. But with 135 robots per 10,000 manufacturing workers, the Czech Republic surpasses the global average of 99 units by far. Next slide, please. Now we can move to IT or ICT sector. The Czech Republic has one of Europe's top locations for ICT cooperation and investment. This fact is confirmed by the strong inflow of high value-added projects from the world's top ICT companies and is fueled by the country's tradition of excellence in technical fields. The list of successful investors in the country includes Microsoft, Skype, Tieto, Red Hat, SolarWinds, IBM, Cisco, Oracle, and also many more. And besides the foreign investors, there are many ICT Czech companies with Czech origins that are renowned worldwide for their products, such as Avast, Good Data, Vysoft, Kiwi.com, Social Bakers, or SPRV, to name just a few. Every year, Czech universities produce almost 6,000 creative, innovative, and skilled graduates from ICT study programs. Next slide, please. In this one, I put together main reasons why you should think about collaborating with Czech companies also in life sciences. The Czech Republic is an attractive location for manufacturing and contract research and development operations. In the history, scientists from our country laid down the principal laws of heredity, introduced the contact lens to the world, and successfully developed the compounds on which current anti-AIDS drugs are based. Next slide, please. The next sector I would like to introduce is nanotechnology and advanced materials. Our country has transformed its economy to become one of the leaders in applied nanotechnology. And it is based on the decades of tradition in chemistry, electronics, textiles, or material science. Czech companies are global suppliers in nanofiber production devices, electron microscopes, and monocrystalline materials. Also, innovative Czech solutions in nanomedicine and new types of batteries would have found their way onto today's market. The growing number of students in high-quality research and development infrastructure support new developments in the industry. Two interesting facts to mention: 1/3 of global production of electron microscopes come from our country, and the first reliable method of spinning 200 nanometer fibers was developed also in the Czech Republic. Next slide, please. And the last but not least sector is agriculture. As it was mentioned, I am in the position of agricultural counselor at our embassy. So one of my tasks is helping Czech companies in the US market. In this slide, you can see some products and sectors where I see the biggest potential for export or cooperation. Our flagship, of course, is the Czech beer. Not only the product, but also we bring the US brewmasters to the Czech Republic to show them how we brew our excellent beer, to give out our know-how, for which you need also the best ingredients, Czech malt and Czech hops. Our exporters also seek more opportunities for their specialty products such as excellent Moravian wine, typical Czech liquor, for example, Becherovka, or other types like healthy food or snacks. Czech companies are also successful in the US market, for example, in agricultural machinery. Czech tractor company Zetor has the US headquarters in Jacksonville, Florida. And this brings me to the end of my presentation. On the last slide, you will find my coordinates. So if you have any questions or would like to start your cooperation with the Czech Republic, you can always contact me. I'm always ready to help. Thank you for your attention, and I'm giving back the floor to Andrea.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ježek. Even as a seasoned trade practitioner, you always learn something new, and I certainly added a few talking points to my inventory of knowledge about the Czech Republic, and I'm very glad to have that in my arsenal going forward. Last but not least, it is my pleasure to introduce my esteemed Enterprise Florida colleague, Ms. Christelle Maffre, based in Paris. Christelle is one of several European representatives that are actively connecting Florida exporters with partners and distributors in her service territory, which comprises multiple countries, not just France, but also Italy and the Benelux states. And one of the more recent additions to our service portfolio is the virtual business matchmaking service, a program designed to connect Florida suppliers and foreign buyers. And at the end of this presentation today, I will tell you a little more about that. But for now, please allow me to introduce Ms. Christelle Maffre. She is an international business development specialist, meaning versed in both trade and investment, with more than 20 years of experience. As director of Enterprise Florida's office in Paris, she oversees business facilitation for the aforementioned countries, and she also helps French, Italian, Belgian, and Dutch companies that have an interest in investing or expanding in Florida. And of course, works with Florida companies interested in selling to Europe, her part of Europe. Christelle has extensive experience facilitating trade relationships, organizing trade missions, supporting trade shows in normal days of brick and mortar shows, and now providing information about virtual opportunities, and in nurturing business linkages with multipliers in France, Italy, and the Benelux. In addition to her years as director of Enterprise Florida Europe, Christelle spent 10 years in the United States, working both in the private sector and for two major French companies, and in economic development. Christelle has a master's degree in cross-cultural negotiation with the University of Aix-Marseille, France, and she is fluent in English and French. And it's my pleasure to say, Christelle, take it away.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Paula, and good afternoon, everybody. So, as Andrea just introduced myself, just wanted to tell you that I'm part of the Enterprise Florida European Office Network. Since 2005, the state of Florida opened several offices to support Florida companies as well to export in those markets. So I just wanted to highlight that we have offices in Spain and Portugal, UK and Ireland, Germany, Austria, presented already, in Czech Republic, and then in France, Italy, Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg. This afternoon, I would like to share some insight about France, but also share some feedback about the COVID impact in Europe. So this first slide will show you a little bit of the overview of France facts and figures. Third largest economy in Europe, seventh largest economy in the world, a population of 67 million inhabitants. France is divided in 13 regions, but it's still a centralized country. Mainly everything administrative wise happens in Paris. Next slide, please. On the second slide, you will see the French and the U.S. relationship. So in terms of relationship with Europe, you can see that the U.S. are the third largest partner in Europe and the ninth largest trade partner globally. In terms of a business between both sides, I would say that 60.3 billion went from the U.S. into Europe, and data from 2018. And then from France into the U.S. it was 78.3 billion. So they went up both up in 2018. In 2019, they look really good as well. 2020 will look a little bit different. And I'm just going to speak about this impact of the COVID in my next slide. Can you go next, please? On this slide, so I just wanted to show you a little bit the impact of the GDP in 2020 with a strong growth across the region in 2021, hopefully. So the economic forecasts for Europe are not really optimistic for 2020. As you can see, Europe is likely to experience a big recession as any other country. No country will escape it. And the others, it will be possibly by Italy, Spain, with more than 9%. On the other end, we see also that we are looking at the rebounds who could be favorable for some of the Florida company as well, because we know that in terms of the impact that company also will look into challenge and opportunities, and I think Europe could be also an opportunity for some of the Florida company to export into. Next slide, please. During the COVID, just after the pandemic, I think it was around June, we made a kind of impact of the COVID in terms of on sector, and we saw that the COVID was bringing also a lot of challenges, but also short-term opportunity. I hope you can see my slide. It's not clear that we can exchange with you. So just to give you a little bit, on the left side, you will see several sectors, who will be the food and beverage, the manufacturing industry on the second one, defense being the third one, financial services, media, creative industry, life science, consumer retail, biotech, automotive, envirotech, and renewable energy. Those sectors, as you can see, we tried to get all the data regarding the growth global in 2019, then the growth in Europe in 2019, the employment in Europe, as well as the supply chain disruption, the remote working feasibility, the demand change during the coronavirus, and the overall assessment. So on the left, on the right part, you can see the overall assessment could be at risk for some of them, could be a low risk for some of them, and could be also bringing more new opportunity. So the the sector in Europe who will be at risk will be manufacturing, including advanced manufacturing, as well as consumer and retail, and then the automotive will be at risk. But we can see as well that it's low threat on a lot of them. And we can also see that the demand of some of the sector really increased during this COVID crisis. And I can already give you an example of the 4 sectors that we saw that increase in demand will be defense, the financial services, the media creative industry, and the biotech, including the agri-tech. So just to explain a little bit there, that we see some challenge. The challenge were really mainly for, I would say, 4 main factors. The supply chain. We saw that the disruption of to Europe and to the world about the supply chain became a really difficult moment, and people and companies had to readapt their supply chain. As well, we saw that the labor force was really impacted in numerous industries, have been severely affected by the lockdown across Europe, with people unable to go to work, causing labor shortage. The travel is another factor, that business travel has taken a big hit as airlines drastically reduced services and ground fleet and border closed at some point. And the 4th factor as a challenge will be the economic constraint. The COVID crisis was kind of an economic shock. And basically to try to also see that now the government are moving forward to assist some of the company, and we can see that the French company has been supported by the French government. They put already 15 billion into the aerospace industry. They're also pushing into the tourism sector as well as the automotive. And I think the U.S. and the state of Florida are also pushing and trying to help you to export and to also search for new markets. And based on those a fact of challenge, I can see that we also see some good opportunity. Some of the opportunity will be for us a diversification. We saw that some of the companies were mainly expanding in they were doing one, I would say, producing or one service or one product. And now we see they expand into new sector, trying to diversify their offer. We saw that mainly in the medical technology and PPE, but we also see that innovation was also bringing opportunity. So it could be the time that business are disrupted like never before, but innovation has become more crucial to company to ability to size opportunity and to able to adapt and to integrate new tech into existing system and process. The sustainability will be also another opportunity. A reduction in travel and the need to stabilize the supply chain has brought the question of sustainability even more to the government and public mind. So sustainability become, I would say, at least in Europe, a word that everybody is getting in their minds when you're launching a product or a new services. Sustainability is one of the factors you need to take under consideration. And what about starting again and trying, instead of selling only in the product in the US, why not trying to sell somewhere else and try to get some new suppliers or some activity and distributor in Europe? Next slide, please. On this slide, I just wanted to highlight some of the top sectors that we think in Europe mainly, and not speaking about France, it could be general. I would say that we are seeing the aerospace doing mainly more the space industry will grow more, and we see the sector also were more connected with the tech sector appear to be more resilient facing the COVID, with growing opportunities such as cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, fintech, IoT. But I also wanted just to highlight the robotics. Robotics, France is one of the most advanced countries in terms of development and testing of robot services. We also see the clean tech, smart city, citizen, company, public authority, research are now mobilized to search and to bring the ambition objective of France. At least we wanted to be 22% of renewable energy by 2020 and 32% by 2030, meaning marine, solar, photovoltaic will be really in the next step, and also bringing the technology into the smart city. we see a lot of initiatives from French cities trying to manage and the data, the energy saving, and all those new, I would say, new data that we need, and also to get to the next level in terms of clean tech. Fintech, we spoke about that during the COVID. We really need this finance to be more digital. So we're seeing a lot of fintech, assurtech technology moving forward. And I can also give a great example from a European company who decided to expand into Florida to set up their first activity in the States in terms of fintech activity. Also, you see that in Europe, and that's something you can take in mind, usually Florida also are looking into the UK first, but I would say that with the Brexit, I think it's also interesting for Florida company to look into the continental Europe and not only about the UK. We're thinking, because we don't know that many information about it, but next year will be after the European Union in some cases. One we still need to consider will be the services sector. I would say that services sector, professional services, will be still something that is growing, and we see that we still have demand, and new services can be well perceived as well in Europe. Ethic and wellness, I think during the COVID, at least in Europe, was something that a lot of people try to look at and consider now in their way of living. And that means we're seeing a lot of things going on in IoT wellness. And we are also supporting a French company right now trying to establish in Florida who is doing domotic IoT for senior people and try to live, I would say, a better condition of life. So wellness will be also something that if you are in this business could bring, I would say, more value also to look into the European market. One of them, it's the agri and food. I would say the food remain at least some kind of high, I would say, sector that I think between the US and Europe there's a big exchange. I will get some example about the ethic food as well, about well-being also food, organic food, but also US craft beer, well, really well known in Europe. So you have so many things that you can look into it, and maybe it could be also the time for you to move forward and just leave a little bit the U.S. as a national territory to try to export your product into the European Union. And for that, I just wanted to give you an overview about the portal. Next slide, sorry. On this slide, you will see, and maybe you can take a picture of it if you're interested, is a useful link. I put it just to make sure that you can go on it and check about Stop and Grow, taxation in Europe, selling into Europe, human resources, public contracts, finance and funding. So you will have a lot of link on this website that I just gave you here. So please take a picture and make sure you check the web portal of the European Commission. Next slide after. I would like to highlight mainly that even if with COVID impact, we still have a lot of opportunities. And at the moment, we can see that the diversification, I was just telling you that supply chain are being revisited. 45% of the company are looking to new market and suppliers. Many SMEs won't survive. Competition is decreasing, we have to admit that. And consolidation is likely to happen. I would say as well that it's not longer about the price now. I would say that relationships matter, resilient, reliable. The people want to get a relationship. They wanted to get a reliable partners, and they just want to make sure they can trust you, they can trust your product, the quality, the sustainability of your product. So I just wanted to highlight today that I would say even with this crisis we're going through, I think it's also time for you to take some opportunity in the European Union and maybe just become one of the reliable partner of some of the European markets. And next slide is just going to show you a little bit what Enterprise Florida services can provide, at least for you in Europe. So we can help you with any Q&As you may have or fact into a sector information in our market. We can also try to help you on customized market analysis. as well as providing, like Andrea said, about business matchmaking services. At the moment, trade shows are not really the one that we are pushing too much, but we can still support you to identify some of the company or distributor that you could be starting or at least making introduction with in Europe. For that, next slide, please. That would be my contact information. You also have the network of Enterprise Florida Regional Manager. For Broward, it's our colleague John Diaz, who could be you. Yeah, you could be your point of contact. Andrea will be more related to the European Union area, but both of them will be available to assist. And you still also can take a picture of my contact information and get directly to me if you need any assistance. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a great afternoon.
Thank you very much, Christelle. Merci beaucoup. These insights are terrific, and they just echo the previous comments by other panelists today that the world may be experiencing challenges at the moment, but it does remain open for business. So with that, I would once again like to thank all of our panelists for their time, their energy, and their expertise. I hope that we have piqued your interest or perhaps deepened your understanding of these European markets this afternoon. I would also like to remind you that Enterprise Florida offers a wide array of programs and services to businesses, Florida businesses, including the aforementioned virtual business matchmaking service. And if you would like to learn more about our foreign office network in 14 countries around the world, including the ones supported by Christelle and her colleagues, please visit our website at www.enterpriseflorida.com. And with that, I want to thank all of you for your attention and hard work in peeling away from the desk and listening to our panelists today. And I am handing the virtual microphone back to Paola. Paola?
Thank you so much, Andrea, and thank you to all our panelists. This was very fascinating to learn how we can do business with Europe. So many wonderful countries, so many opportunities. We had Germany, France. I know France also covers the Benelux, Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg, UK, Ireland, and Scotland, and the Czech Republic. So lots to explore for doing business with Europe. And I want to thank again all our speakers, and especially thanks Andrea Moore from Enterprise Florida for moderating this panel. So now, on that note, we're going to take a couple of minute break before we transition to our next panel, which is going to be doing business with Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. We have an exciting lineup of speakers for you coming up in just a couple of minutes. So with that being said, thank you, and stay tuned for our next panel. Welcome back. Okay, so we traveled to Europe, and now we're going to travel to Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. I'm very excited because we have some amazing speakers for you today. And the first speaker that we have today is actually from Dubai. Mayor Holness and I were there about 2 years ago, and there's a lot of exciting things going on in Dubai and the UAE. So we're very fortunate today because we have Mr. Al Inton, who is the advisor of the Dubai Investment Development Agency, Dubai FDI. And I do have to apologize to him because it's so late in Dubai, but he agreed nevertheless to participate on this call and this important event, and we're so pleased to have him today. So without further ado, Al, are you on the line? Do we have you with us? I know you were here earlier. Maybe you just have to press unmute or pound 2. Are you with us, Al? Is Al Inton with us? You were just here earlier. I think maybe he's muted. Can we unmute Al, please? Can we unmute the speakers that might be with AT&T?
For the last few years.
Are you here, Al? I can hear you.
I'm grateful to the Broward County, Florida Office of Economic Small Business Development for giving me the opportunity to join the panel on doing business with Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. I aim to give you a comprehensive picture of Dubai Advantage and the city's preparedness for inviting investments. Next, please.
Okay.
For those of you who don't know Dubai, it is the city of the future, with a global reputation of being a diverse, stable, and secure economy. Next slide. We have an economy that is truly diversified away from oil. The IMF has forecast 1.3% real GDP growth for the United Arab Emirates in 2021 after the expected global contraction in 2020 due to the effects of the coronavirus, COVID-19. Stimulus packages worth more than $75 billion have been ensured that economic recovery will be swift and seamless. Next, please. Dubai's geographical location at what we like to call the center of the world gives businesses access to the Middle East, Africa, South Asia, the CIS, and making Dubai an established gateway for the region. Next slide, please. Business based in Dubai can access more than 2.4 billion consumers with an 8-hour flight radius. In fact, when you talk about doing business with Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, there's no better location than Dubai for your regional headquarters. Next slide, please.
Yes, before you continue, anybody that's on the call, can you put yourself on mute, please? Thank you. Thank you, Al. We're on the next slide now.
You're welcome. Okay. Okay, so we're, where are we here? Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Business is based in Dubai.
Hello?
Sorry, Al. I'm sorry. Can you put yourself on mute, please? Can you mute yourself? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Al, we can continue.
Thank you. Dubai's geographical location is what we like to call the center of the world. It gives businesses access to the Middle East, Africa, South Asia, and the CIS, making Dubai an established gateway to the region. Next slide, please. Businesses based in Dubai can access more than 2.4 billion consumers with an 8-hour flight radius. In fact, when we talk about doing business with Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, there's no better location than Dubai for regional headquarters. Next slide, please. With its mature and growing infrastructure, Dubai is a global hub for trade and investment flows. This is the reason why more than 60% of the Fortune 1,000 companies have established a presence in Dubai. Prestigious companies from all over the world, including those from Florida, find Dubai a location of choice for their operations. In November of 2019, Florida-based operator Royal Caribbean Cruises announced an expansion of its Middle East headquarters in Dubai to support more than 50,000 outbound passengers from across the Middle East cruise market. Florida-based Energy Solutions World Fuel Services and digital marketing pioneer Theos also maintain a Dubai presence. One of our key mega projects, the Dubai Cruise Terminal, has seen a strategic partnership agreement with Florida-based Carnival Corporation to transform Dubai into a major regional maritime tourism hub. Our future-ready infrastructure is being enhanced for the Expo 2020 Dubai, which we expect to deploy and test multiple technologies of the fourth industrial revolution, such as 5G, artificial intelligence, machine-to-machine communication, and the Internet of Things. Now, although it's called Expo 2020 and it was supposed to occur this year, it will actually commence October 1st of next year, and it'll run for a 6-month period. And it is the first time that a World's Fair has been held in the Middle East, and we expect that we should have somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 million guests coming through Dubai during that period of time. Next slide, please. From the earliest times of existence, Dubai has been the world trade hub. In fact, the state of Florida and the UAE have always had a very strong relationship. In 2019, total trade between the UAE and Florida stood at $1.19 billion US dollars. Florida exported goods worth more than $1 billion to the UAE in 2019. This was an increase of 6.53% over 2018. And Florida's exports to the UAE represented 5.14% of the total U.S. exports in 2019. And Florida's ports, Miami and Tampa, accounted for 6% of all U.S. trade with the UAE, with Miami holding a slight edge over Tampa. And Florida ranks 5th among U.S. states and territories with $4.7 billion in goods exported to the UAE between 2016 and 2019. And it also saw 9,216 jobs being created in 2019 from the export of goods manufactured for the UAE. That's a significant number to know about. Next slide, please. Dubai's geographical location has always been a strong incentive to invest in infrastructure that enhances global supply chains, and we continue to invest in this development. Next slide, please. Dubai's infrastructure includes the 10th largest seaport and container port. That is the Jebel Ali Seaport. The world's busiest airport for international passengers. One of the largest airline networks with Emirates, who typically run under normal conditions about 150 destinations worldwide. And to give you an idea of the connectivity that we have with India, for example, there are 3 gateways in the UAE that service 16 gateways in India. And there's over 1,160 flights a week between these 3 and 16 gateways. We have one of the most ultra-modern highway systems connecting neighboring countries. And one thing, of course, we don't have are potholes here. And I I can appreciate you don't have them in Florida either, but certainly north of you they would. This has contributed to making Dubai one of the world's largest FDI magnets. Dubai recorded an exceptional growth in FDI during the first 6 months of 2020, with 190 projects worth $3.3 billion US dollars. There was a 53% increase in medium and high technology investments during this period as compared to the first 6 months of 2019. And we're talking this year, 2020, where economies around the world have been drastically affected by COVID. In 2018, FDI from the U.S. into the UAE increased by 3.1% to $17.3 billion. And FDI from the UAE to the U.S. increased by 2.8% to $26.74 billion in the same year. Next slide, please. These achievements have not come by chance. Dubai continues to implement strategic planning. The latest in the series of far-sighted visionary plans is one called Designing the Next 50. Now, we're a country here that we're celebrating our 49th anniversary this year, and we've done a great deal of things that are first of. For example, in July, we sent the Hope probe up to Mars. So we were one of 3 countries, the United States, China, and the United Arab Emirates have gone to Mars. As a city of the future, Dubai is implementing the technologies of the 4th Industrial Revolution to transform the way it provides services to its residents. Next slide, please. As an early adopter of the 4th Industrial Revolution and incubating high-technology startups, Dubai has become one of the first in the world to implement technologies such as artificial intelligence, robotics and machine learning, blockchain, financial technologies or fintech, health IT, 3D printing, cybersecurity, and GIS or Geographic Information Systems. Next slide, please. Clearly enunciated strategies, including those related to deploying blockchain and artificial intelligence with quantifiable targets. The UAE has been recognized as the 2nd highest regional investor in artificial intelligence over the past 10 years, investing more than $2 billion in the sector. And one of the things that we've done as well as the government is that we have adopted blockchain, and we are one of the first governments in the world to deploy it. Sustainability is another goal that drives efforts at the strategic level. Next slide, please. For instance, Dubai is developing what could be one of the world's largest solar power projects, backed and funded by a large allocation of budget finance. Next slide, please. As part of Dubai's efforts to make the happiest city in the world, the healthcare sector receives a lot of attention. Next slide, please. The UAE's health market is forecasted to be worth $28 billion by 2021. The Centers of Excellence in Cardiology, Neurology, and Rehabilitation being developed in Dubai are potential targets for investment. Next slide, please. So is Dubai's focus on the manufacture of pharmaceutical generics? Next slide, please. Dubai has been a regional market for medical tourism who prefer to visit the city not only for its amazing beaches and malls and other attractions, but also for its world-class medical facilities. In 2019, Dubai welcomed more than 350,000 medical tourists, an increase of 4% over 2018. Next slide, please. Whether it's technology, logistics, or healthcare, Dubai is emerging as the most attractive location for a regional headquarters. Our team at Dubai FDI is at your service, and we are ready to assist you to have a seamless investment journey in Dubai. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much, Al. This was great presentation, and really appreciate this insight because we're going to Dubai next year. If it's the World Expo, we'll find a way to get there. So we're very excited about this. Yes?
We look forward to having you back in Dubai.
Yeah.
It's always a pleasure to have you here. And I do recall your last visit with the mayor at the time. It was always great to have you here.
Thank you so much. And you know what? I have to thank you again because when we visited with the mayor, we only had a 14-hour stop with Emirates Airline, and you helped us set up all the meetings with the key people, the key agencies in Dubai, and that's how responsive your team and your city is. Very impressive, and we look forward to doing more business with Dubai, with the UAE, and we want to thank you again because you stayed up very late for us on a Friday night, and we all appreciate it here in Florida and around the world, and I owe you big time. Thank you, Al.
Well, and you're going to owe me even bigger now because I just noticed something, Paula. You got my name spelled wrong.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
You've got my name spelled wrong.
I got my name, so I owe you even bigger now. So I definitely need to come to Dubai, and I owe you big time. So this definitely will be.
By the way, my last name is not Hilton. It's Hinton.
Hinton, yes.
You had the graphic is incorrect.
Oh, the graphic is incorrect. So I apologize. We apologize for that mistake. But we're so appreciative, and your presentation was so insightful. So we're very excited to come and see you and to do business with Dubai and the UAE. And congratulations on the World Expo for next year. So we look forward that things will get better with traveling and we can come and visit. So thanks again and have a wonderful night because I know it's very late for you, so we won't keep you much longer.
Yep.
On that note,
I'm just going to say if anybody needs to touch base with me, you have my contact information and you can certainly pass it along to them.
Most definitely. And we'll share your contact information to interested investors who want to come to Dubai. Thanks again, Al, and we'll look forward to seeing you there. Next up, we're traveling the world now. So our next destination is going to be Malaysia. So I'm very excited to have the director of the Malaysia Trade Center in Miami, Mr. Nazri Sadon. I hope I'm also pronouncing your name right. Are you with us? Yes, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes,
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, and you sound pretty clear, so we should be good. So thank you for being with us. And I know we had a long-term relationship with the Malaysia Trade Center. You participate every year at the Florida International Trade and Cultural Expo, which is very exciting for us and an honor. And I want to compliment you also. One time you showed me this book of all the products from Malaysia, so I was very impressed. All the products you have there that we can import here. But without further ado, I'm going to let you introduce yourself officially, and then we're going to go into your presentation. Thank you so much.
Sure. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon. We can hear you.
My name is Nazri Sadwan, the Director or Trade Commissioner of Malaysia External Trade Development Corporation, MATRADE, based in Miami. MATRADE is the trade promotion organization, or you call TPO, for Malaysia under the Ministry of International Trade and Industry of Malaysia. Can we go to the next slide, please? The first slide?
Yes, we're on the content slide.
Okay. Here is the content of our presentation for today. We will also discuss on 3 topics as required by the organizer on the role of MATRADE, key products that can be imported from Malaysia to the U.S., and agencies or chambers in Malaysia that can help U.S. companies export or invest in Malaysia. Next slide, please.
We're on the
next slide, please.
Yeah, we're on the next slide. We are there. It takes a few seconds, but we're there on the next slide. Yeah.
Okay. Consisting of 2 regions separated by some 640 miles of the South China Sea, Malaysia is a multi-ethnic, multi-religious federation constitutional monarchy of 13 states and 3 federal territories with total population estimated at 32.6 million people. The country is located at the heart of the Association of Southeast Asian Nation, also known as ASEAN, which is currently the 5th largest economy in the world with a total population of over 649 million people. Considering its location, Malaysia is an ideal gateway to ASEAN market, just as South Florida is as the gateway to the Caribbean and Latin America markets. Malaysia is amongst the top trading nation in the world, trading with more than 200 countries and ranked by WTO as the 26th largest exporter, 26th largest importer, and 25th largest trading nation. Next slide, please. Malaysia has successfully transformed from a predominantly agricultural-based economy in the 1970s to a more diversified economy structure where manufacturing sector contributes more than 80% of Malaysia's total exports. According to the Department of Statistics Malaysia, in 2019, Malaysia's global trade reached $443.1 billion US dollars, with total exports and imports recorded at $238.09 billion US dollars and $204.92 billion US dollars respectively. Malaysia's largest trading partner is China, Singapore, the US, Japan, and Thailand, and these top 5 trading partners alone accounted for 50.9% of Malaysia's total trade. As illustrated in this slide, the US is Malaysia's 3rd largest trading partner, 3rd largest export destination, and 3rd largest import source for 2019. Next slide, please. In terms of exports and imports of goods by key sectors, manufacturing goods was the single largest sector with top 5 exports and imports contributed 59.4% and 61.4% respectively. The composition of exports and imports are as illustrated in this slide in accordance to our ministry's products classifications. Go to next slide, please. According to the U.S. Department of Commerce, in 2019, total trade between the U.S. and Malaysia increased by 2.8%, reaching $53.76 billion US dollars. Imports from Malaysia also augmented by 3.8% to $40.57 billion US dollars, while export to the same country increased by 1.9% to US dollar $13.19 billion. So Malaysia's top 5 main imports and exports to the U.S. are as listed in this slide. From the U.S. perspective, Malaysia is their 19th largest trading partner, 15th largest source of imports, and 26th largest export destination. Go to next slide, please. According to the U.S. Department of Commerce, in 2019, total trade between Florida and Malaysia decreased by 3%, reaching $1.64 billion US dollars. Imports from Malaysia increased by 2.9% to 1.35 billion US dollars, while exports to the same country decreased by 24% to 284.49 million US dollars. Malaysia's top 5 main imports from and exports to Florida are listed in this slide. From Florida's perspective, Malaysia is their 27th largest trading partner, 19th largest source of import, and 43rd largest export destination. Meanwhile, among the U.S. states, Florida is Malaysia's 7th largest trading partner at 3.1% share, 12th largest source of imports at 2.2% share, and 8th largest export destination at 3.3% share. Go to next slide, please. Next slide, please. Matrade's mission is to promote Malaysia's export, has enabled many local companies to carve new frontiers in global markets. Today, as we continue to put the spotlight on capable Malaysian companies on the international stage, we are helping make the phrase "made in Malaysia" synonymous with excellence, reliability, and trustworthiness. Matrade's core services include export development, export promotion, trade market information, and trade advisory and support. Go to next slide, please. Throughout the years, we have established a global presence as illustrated in this slide. Currently, we have a total of 46 offices globally, comprised of 34 trade offices and 12 marketing offices. Go to next slide, please. Okay. Matrade has 3 offices in the U.S., namely in Los Angeles, covering the western part of the U.S., New York, covering in the eastern part of the U.S., and Miami, covering in the southeastern part of the States, as well as the Caribbean and Latin America. Go to next slide, please. This slide explains Matrade's global office key core roles and functions, namely to link foreign buyers with Malaysian sellers, facilitate access to global market, and assist cross-border investment. Specifically, our job here in Miami is to develop and foster business connection between Malaysian enterprises with foreign companies, as well as facilitate sourcing activities from Malaysia. We are the sole representative of Government of Malaysia based in southeastern of the U.S. Although we do not promote imports, our office can facilitate and guide foreign entities to connect with important ministries or agencies, as well as advise on connecting with chambers of commerce or trade associations in Malaysia. As Malaysia diversifies its economy into new industries such as the aerospace, oil and gas, and automotive industry, there are many opportunities that foreign investors can take from the new policies and investments introduced by the government. The U.S. remains as one of our largest investors in Malaysia since 1980. This spans across many sectors from the E&E sector, ICT, medical devices, renewable energy, and aerospace. In recent years, we have also seen a surge of investment from U.S. companies across the aerospace sector, as several multinational established or expanded operation in Malaysia, including Boeing, GE Aviation, Honeywell, Spirit Aerosystems, Airbus, and Safran. Well, in terms of investment in Malaysia, our sister agency, the Malaysian Investment Authority, also known as MIDA, can advise investors on the investment process and incentives offered by Malaysia. Matrade Miami can link interested investors with the respective officials at MIDA. Go to next slide, please. One of Matrade's key events is hosting the annual international trade show, the Malaysia International Halal Showcase, also known as MIHAS. In conjunction of this event, we have been organizing buyer-seller meet sessions known as the INSP. Matrade Miami has been helping importers, buyers, wholesalers, or distributors to match with companies from Malaysia that are able to supply the products interested. Go to next slide, please. Beside the international trade show, in Malaysia, Matrade spearheads Malaysia's involvement in iconic events around the world. This slide shows some of the events that we usually participate annually. I would like to highlight that the Kuala Lumpur International Aerospace Business Convention, KLIABC, will be hosted online over the course of 3 months from November 17, 2020 until February 16, 2021. 163 exhibitors comprised of 99 international companies from 25 countries and 64 Malaysian companies include key industry players such as Malaysia Airport Holding Berhad, National Aerospace and Defence Industry Group, CTRM Aerospace Composites Sdn Berhad, Aerospace Composites Malaysia Sdn Berhad, as well as UMW Development Sdn Berhad. So we would like to invite Florida-based companies from the aerospace industry to visit this event at www.malaysia.bciaaerospace.com or contact us to get further assistance. Go to next slide, please. For your information, these are some examples of Malaysia's global brands that already made footprint in the global market. Malaysian companies too have successfully ventured in the US in diverse sectors from entertainment and resort, although chemical, industrial packaging, and furniture to banking. Next slide, please. To know more about Matrit services, access of our open online directory, etc., please visit our website at www.matrit.gov.my. Next slide, please. Malaysia hosts the APEC Malaysia 2020, a year-long Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation APEC APEC meetings in Malaysia. This is Malaysia's second time hosting an APEC meeting, having hosted one in 1998. In conjunction with this event, Matrit hosts the My APEC 2020 exhibition, comprised of the virtual exhibition online pitching session, the e-biz match, and webinar session. We invite Florida-based companies from the targeted sectors to visit this event or contact us to get further assistance. And we offer this service for free. And I would like to take opportunity also to thank Enterprise Florida for including this event in their Trade Tuesday newsletter. Go to next slide, please. Malaysia has a business-friendly policy where entrepreneurs can do business comfortably, and some of this reason why we do business with Malaysia are as highlighted in the next slide. Are we at the 10 reasons to do business with Malaysia slide right now?
Yes, yes, we are right now.
Okay. All right. According to a recent study by KPMG, Malaysia has been placed fourth among 17 economies in an assessment comparing the economy's competitiveness as a manufacturing hub in cost of doing business. Well, this is the promising result of the study support the government's focus on reviving Malaysia's investment climate during these challenging times. We are boosted by our access to market, world-class connectivity, infrastructure, and highly skilled talents. Malaysia access towards industries of the future, and there is a strong focus on advanced manufacturing and services, which aims to push the industry up the value chain towards high impact, high tech, and as well as sustainable activities. Next slide, please. Next slide. This slide summarizes Malaysia's main global export products divided into 10 main sectors, with some examples of the product subsectors. Next slide, please. Responding to the organizer's guideline for this session, we summarize some of the potential products from Malaysia that can be imported for the US. To share an example, high-end made-in-Malaysia products exported to Florida are the solar panels installed at the solar energy centers in Florida. Some other examples include medical disposables such as nitrile surgical and medical gloves, food ingredients, wood furniture imports from companies such as Eldorado Furniture and Rooms to Go Furniture, and Hot Wheel toys by Mattel, to name a few. Go to next slide, please. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia has diversified products and services now compared to many years ago. So we position Malaysian products as comparative and reliable products. As the sole representative of Malaysia in this region, we welcome business inquiries on Malaysia. Madrid Miami can link you to the respective Malaysian agencies in the US, as well as government contacts and businesses in Malaysia. Go to the next slide, please. I'm at the last point already. So with this, I end my presentation and welcome you to email us at miami@madrid.gov.my, as you can see in the last slide. Should you wish to know more about business opportunities with Malaysia. So thank you to the organizer for inviting us and giving us the opportunity, and everyone for your attention. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Nasri, and we're very excited to do more business and trade with Malaysia bilaterally. Definitely, this presentation was very rich in content, and I think that the companies here, not only the local companies, but international, can benefit from the information you shared. So thank you again to you and your wonderful team for joining us this afternoon. And now we're going to move on to our next speaker. And our next speaker, I'm just going to make sure if he's here and he's on the line. Joseph, are you here? Joseph Bell?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes, I'm here. Can
Okay.
you hear me loud and clear?
Thank you, Joseph, for joining us. Joseph Bell is the Regional Manager of International Trade and Development for Africa with Enterprise Florida. So you join us amongst your wonderful colleagues today, and we look forward to hearing about your presentation, because earlier this year in February, we were with you in Ghana, Africa, in Accra. So that was such a successful mission. Definitely, the county did a wonderful report, and it was one of our most productive missions. We had like 8 companies come from Broward, and I believe that Africa is the future. So can you tell us a little bit more about the Africa Trade Program with Enterprise Florida and the opportunities for businesses in Africa? Thank you so much, Joseph.
Thank you very much, Paola, for putting this meaningful presentation together. And thank you to Mayor Holness for recognizing how international trade promotes positive economic development in Broward County. As Paola said, my name is Joseph Bell, and I serve as the regional manager with Enterprise Florida, advising companies across the state about export opportunities utilizing Enterprise Florida Trade International Trade Program. I also direct the Enterprise Florida Africa Trade Expansion Program. In this role, I facilitate strategic engagement and outreach to promote trade and investment between Florida and the continent. So my presentation today will focus on trade opportunities for Florida companies in the African market, Africans, as compared to my previous speakers who have spoken about their own individual market and how to attract foreign direct investment into their markets. So for those of us listening, Enterprise Florida is a private, not-for-profit corporation chaired by Florida's governor. And as a public-private partnership, EFI is funded both by the state of Florida and by contributions from the private sector. Enterprise Florida also serves as the state of Florida principal economic development organization, and our chairman CEO serves as the Secretary of Commerce for the state of Florida. So, Florida has been among the few long-standing U.S. states with a trade office on the continent, more specifically in South Africa going back 2001. We have since then added trade associates in Kenya and Tanzania. These trade representatives are able to support Florida companies looking for Africa market access. Some of the support includes distributor partner search, in-person and virtual matchmaking services, market research and counseling on market entry, and regulatory and compliance issues. So we understand that clearly increasing trade or export trade is one important means of maintaining growth in Florida, throughout Florida economy. And it is just as clear that through foreign trade, the world economy will grow, global wealth will increase, and lesser developed regions of the world will be able to raise their standard of living and improve their quality of life. So why Africa? Why are we into Africa? In recent years, diversifying economies across Africa have supported an emerging middle class, driving demand for consumer goods and services. All of a sudden, exporting to Africa look a much rosier prospect than in the past, and already countries such as France, Germany, Brazil, China, and India, just to name a few, have increased their business dealings with the continent. So there opens up opportunities for us in the United States and more specifically Florida. So what are the reasons for optimism in Africa? I'm going to identify 6 reasons. So one, population growth. Sub-Saharan African population is expected to explode to 2 billion people by 2050, which will result in more than a fifth of the world population being African. As a result, Africa's population will become much younger and more affluent. This major demographic shift will provide an array of opportunities for Florida companies. We have rising urban centers in the continent as well. Africa's population is increasingly clustered in large urban centers, and urbanization will be a key driver of economic activity. Urban areas will cross national boundaries, linking major populations and creating sizable markets and trade opportunities. Third, we have transition from commodity exports. Many African economies are now transitioning from resource exporters to industrial revolutions, creating value-added manufacturers and consumer-driven markets, providing support to local firms and attracting foreign investments in their economies. The fourth one is the growth of the mobile digital technologies have allowed Africans to leapfrog from desktop computers and poor online infrastructure. The continent is already a leader in mobile money, and mobile is fast becoming the primary channel for accessing the internet. The potential for growth is significant, with only 20% of the population online compared to nearly 75% in Europe and 32% in Asia. If we have an emerging middle class, so the rising number of households with discretionary funding means that Africa consumer market is growing fast. Consumer expenditure in Africa are expected to rise to 2.1 trillion by 2025 and 2.5 trillion by 2030, according to a recent study from the Brookings Institution. The study also reports that about half of the world's fastest growing economies will be located on the continent, with 20 economies expanding at an average rate of 5% or higher over the next 5 years, faster than the 3.6% rate of the global economy. And lastly, political reform. A 2019 Ernst & Young Africa Attractiveness report mentions a further spread of political reform and adoption of continent-wide trade agreements create an enabling environment for economic growth and attraction of FDI. These developments provide a good foundation for economic growth and increased FDI flows. Moreover, the recent ratified African Continental Free Trade Agreement could prove to be a major growth stimulus. So, why is it necessary for us in Florida to pursue trade opportunities with the continent of Africa? You know, when sitting down and planning which areas of the world to target for export, the continent of Africa doesn't always come up top of our list. In fact, it rarely does. Today, Africa as a whole is more prosperous and more developed and better connected to the global economy, and its growth prospects have improved. Africa is not suffering from a lack of demand, but a lack of supply, and that's where we as Florida companies, manufacturers, and professional service providers could take advantage of that. our business strategies need to be tailored to the specifics of each market or sub-region if they are to succeed, because the continent is not just one homogeneous market, but it's 54 individual countries with different laws in themselves. So in many ways, doing business with Africa is pretty much the same as making plans to start exporting goods to any country in the world. You need to start off by doing some research to find out if your product compares to what is currently being supplied in the market, find out who your competitors are and what services they offer, as well as the pricing schedule, and then you will have a better idea of whether you have a marketable product. So what are some of the keys for success for doing business in Africa? One, as a Florida company, you want to ensure that you have the imagination to see the continent unmet needs as opportunities for growth and a long-term commitment to build businesses of meaningful scale, just as you would do for Latin America and the Caribbean. It's not something that will happen overnight, but it will take some time. But at least you're in a market that will be growing tremendously. You want to identify the top markets that have strong potential for growth. For example, Nigeria, South Africa, Ghana, Morocco, Kenya, Ethiopia, Senegal, Egypt, Angola. Most of those markets I identify, they serve as gateway markets to neighboring or bordering economies. So, for example, you in Ghana, you have the opportunity to ship products to Nigeria, to Togo, to Burkina Faso, and so on. And in Ethiopia, you have Rwanda and Uganda right in your backyard as well. So you want to identify which markets would serve you better. You want to find growth industries, markets or industries that are growing that is relevant to the products or services that you're manufacturing. So what are some of the growth industries shaping the demand for goods and services in Africa? Well, of course, industrialization. Africa substitutes its imports and meets its growing local demand through industrialization. And so it is estimated that Africa industries have the opportunity to double production. If you're providing manufacturing equipment that could add value to the products that's being sold in the country, there's an opportunity for you. Infrastructure improvement, the electrical grid, road networks, seaport and airport modernization. As Africa seeks to bring itself as a top emerging market, there will be a demand for its goods and services. So you want to position yourself as a Florida company to take advantage of those opportunities that are there. We know the continent is considered the breadbasket of the world. And so those manufacturers, agricultural farmers, they are transitioning from just exporting their raw commodities and crops to now focusing on agro-processing, one, to feed their burgeoning population, and the excess to export. Opportunities for us in Florida that are into food manufacturing equipment, marketing, and so on. These are opportunities that are there for us too as well. And of course, I spoke about the growing urbanization population. There are several unmet needs for this market and for this sector as well, including affordable housing, more food security, education, healthcare, just to name a few. So companies must be ready to shape and execute targeted strategies that reinvent products, services, markets, and business models for the local market. So what are some of the challenges we in Florida have faced in trying to foster economic engagement with Africa? Well, I cannot think of anyone that is more frequent that we are facing now, which is COVID-19, which has prevented us from engaging in a way that we would have. I mean, other than this, probably we would have we would have probably been in Africa right now on a trade mission or planning our second trade mission to the continent. But because of this, we're here. But we know that things will improve, as they say, this too shall pass, and give us an opportunity to revert to taking advantage of those international trade travel as well. So a second one is we continue to expand in traditional markets where we have cemented our position, including Latin America and the Caribbean. So decades of pursuing initiatives in fostering closer inter-American economic relations have created a climate that encouraged trade with Latin America, with Europe as well. An example is that the U.S. have trade agreements in force with 20 countries, including 11 countries in Latin America. The Morocco agreement is the only U.S. FTA agreement on the continent at the moment. So, dramatic news headlines characterizing famine, political instability, corruption, and access to currency, to name a few, develops a perception that trading in Africa is too risky and unsafe.
Joseph, we're going to have to wrap it up maybe another minute because we're a little bit over time. So if we can kind of conclude, and we're going to go to our next speaker.
Absolutely, and I was about to wrap it up in itself. So Florida companies, often cautious, have traditionally held back with Africa, looking instead to Latin America, cashing on the emerging market growth. And so we have programs in place to encourage that. So we have, of course, our Africa Trade Expansion Program with our offices in the continent. We also take advantage of the U.S. Commercial Service Partnership with the network of offices in a market other than Kenya, Tanzania, and South Africa as well. So the case for developing trade and investment relationship between Florida and Africa has never been stronger. We have the resources to help Florida companies engage with Africa. Enterprise Florida is there to support you. So feel free to give me a call, connect with me, to see how I could support you to take advantage of those opportunities in that market. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joseph. We're going to go right through into our next speaker. I know we only have maybe 10 minutes because for our next panel to start with Canada and Mexico. But I definitely want to have from the Embassy of Bangladesh, and this is MD Mahdi Hassan. He's the Economic Minister for the Embassy. Are you on the line? Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, wonderful. We're going to go right into your presentation.
Yeah.
We have 9 minutes.
Meet you. See you.
Thank you for being with us. And I'm going to special thanks to Mr. Atik Rahman from the Bangladesh Chamber who invited you to this event. So thank you again, and let's hear from Bangladesh. We have about 9 minutes left for the panel. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. A very good afternoon to you all. We consider this is a great opportunity for us to explain the advantages of Bangladesh and also the business opportunities in Bangladesh. So, for the first time, we are doing this, and we are well connected with you. That we want to explain the potential of Bangladesh for doing business. You know that for doing business, substantial markets and a good base of consumers is essential. Let us explain the advantages in Bangladesh. And you can move to the first slide. That is that show the prospect and potentials of Bangladesh. You may know that Bangladesh is among the fastest growing economies with sustained growth. with a 7% plus growth over the last 11 years, that is from 2009 to 2019. You will be encouraged to know that due to this COVID-19 pandemic, Bangladesh has registered an impressive growth of 5.24% in the fiscal year 2019 and 20. You see that global economy is projected to contract 4.4% in 2020 according to IMF statistics. So this indicates the Bangladesh firm resilience and Bangladesh slowly moving to a resilient economy, and Bangladesh is likely heading to a V-shaped recovery, and we are hopeful that Bangladesh will go back to the pre-COVID-19 levels with 8% plus growth trajectory by 2021. So you can consider Bangladesh is a surging consumer market as the per capita GDP is increasing, and it leads to a broader domestic market. Growth in middle and affluent classes driving larger consumer market, and that resulted a positive move in the global value chain with 12 million MAP, which in 2015, now it is 19 million, and we expect that the MAC will be reached 33 million by 2025. So by this, you know the Bangladesh potential, and Bangladesh has already proved that Bangladesh is a resilient country for doing business. You can go to the Paula next slide.
We're on the next slide.
Please. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah. Next slide, please. You see that Bangladesh is already heavily involved with the U.S. in the bilateral trade frontier, with more than 9 billion businesses in 2019. Bangladesh is one of the largest importers of U.S. agricultural goods, amounting around 1 billion in 2019, featuring products like cotton and oilseeds. Other significant imports from U.S. include aircraft, iron and steel, and heavy machinery. Bangladesh is the quality producer of apparel, textile articles, footwear, light engineering, pharmaceuticals, health safety, and healthcare products. You can procure these goods with a very competitive price. In the investment corridor, Bangladesh and the U.S. has already shared a very strong cooperation in the power and energy sector. You see that other significant factor is that U.S. investment in the sectors including banking, insurance, textile and apparel, trading, IT, telecom, food and construction, agriculture and fishing is moving forward. More importantly, in recent years, Bangladesh has developed very strong startup ecosystem. You can consider investing in Bangladeshi startup also.
Can you turn down the volume on your presentation in the background so we just hear your voice?
Yeah,
thank you. Yeah. Okay, thank you. We're gonna go to the next slide.
Paula, please.
Yes. We're on the next slide.
Now we can explain why you can consider Bangladesh. Government of Bangladesh, you see that strongly committed to support foreign investment and businesses. Over the years, Bangladesh has built significant infrastructure with 93 economic zones have already in operation. We have 8 export processing zones, 28 high-tech parks ready for investment. Government heavily investment in generating power and energy and has achieved sizable rail and road network and sea and land force development. You know that there are 5 investment promotion authorities available in Bangladesh, and they are ready to serve you with 24 hours, 7 days with one-stop services. Therefore, we sincerely draw your attention to capitalize the advantages of Bangladesh's large talent pool and innovation ecosystem. In Bangladesh, you have significant cost arbitrage. You can find 10 to 16% lower cost compared to the peers, that is in the South Asian or Southeast Asian peers. You can also find fast-track approvals of your project businesses. In economic aspects, you will experience in Bangladesh with a stable domestic currency and steady exchange rate, tax holidays. You can find 100% profit repatriation opportunities, cash incentives. Therefore, you can capitalize Bangladesh's preferential market access also to the world major markets. As a developing country, we have the preferential access to the major markets of the world. So, if a manufacturer come to Bangladesh and manufacturing in Bangladesh, they can export their goods from outside countries or the preferential market access countries which we have been enjoying in a zero tariff rate. So we invite you to capitalize this opportunity. More importantly, from ownership perspectives, Bangladesh allows 100% foreign equity almost all the sectors. Ola, go to the next slide, please.
Run the next
You
slide.
see that Bangladesh is exceptionally open for foreign investments with 100% equity, and there are wide ranges of businesses and investment areas including infrastructure, transportation, pharmaceuticals, tourism, food processing, textile, clothing, footwear, machinery, technical and medical equipments. Light engineering is growing, toys, sports goods, and plastic and chemicals, etc. Since these sectors require small and medium-sized investments, so these sectors we consider that is very suitable for the businesses like the Florida entrepreneurs. You see that over the years, Bangladesh growing areas have shifted to ICT and digital economy. For instances, connectivity has increased wonderfully with more than 100 million internet users in Bangladesh, 150 million plus mobile phone users in Bangladesh. Therefore, demand of ICT goods and services are on a high note. And since US is the global leader in technology, we consider that US ICT goods and services has tremendous potential in Bangladeshi markets. US investors can capitalize these goods of good opportunities. In addition, e-commerce is also growing in Bangladesh and it has been experiencing exponential growth in Bangladesh. So there is a very good prospect. You can capitalize these sectors also. The fintech market is also very encouraging and it is also widening. Finally, since the time is short, so we can finally tell you how can we can cooperate with you. We can cooperate with you in a very good number of ways. We consider that we assist and guide the US entrepreneurs, especially the Florida entrepreneurs who are considering Bangladesh as the destination for manufacturing or businesses. We can arrange key information, data, services and components for US firms who are considering investment in Bangladesh. And we consider that we are capable of setting up communication channels with the local firms, that is the firms from the US, especially from Florida, for joint venture initiatives with the Bangladeshi firms. And we can also explore and explain the standards of Bangladeshi firms who are capable of manufacturing goods and services for US entities also. Finally, we can be able to clarifying the advantages why you can consider Bangladesh as a preferred destination. So that's all our presentation. Since we follow the guideline of the organizers, that is to confine with the 5 slides. So we accept your guidelines and follow this. And this is all about our presentations. If anything is required, any information required, you can contact with us, the Minister Economic from Bangladesh Embassy, and also you can contact with the Commercial Counselor Bangladesh Embassy in US Washington. So thank you very much. Thank you for patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hassan, very interesting. And we were going to go to Bangladesh this year, thanks to also Mr. Atikur Rahman from the Bangladesh American Chamber. So we look forward to visiting Bangladesh in a future year when we can travel and bring a delegation. So thank you for your wonderful presentation.
Yeah, you are planned to go to Bangladesh due to
In March.
COVID-19 pandemic.
Yes.
Your travel has been disrupted. So we hope that very soon, after the situation will be coming in control, you and your team will be in a very short time with Bangladesh and also see the prospects in Bangladesh. And we also expect that you will find new avenues and hopefully will be heavily engaged in the trade frontier in future. Thank you for organizing this event, and thank you for extended opportunities for us to speak this wonderful gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank the rest of our speakers as we conclude this panel, this wonderful panel on opportunities in Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. I want to thank Mr. Al Hinton from the Dubai FDI. I want to thank Mr. Nazari Sadon from Matrade, Malaysia Trade Center, Mr. Joseph Bell from the Enterprise Florida Africa Program, and Mr. MD Mahdi Hassan from the Embassy of Bangladesh in Washington, D.C. So on that note, we're going to take like literally a 1 minute transition. We're going to have a transition slide, and please stay with us because we're going to have news from the Consul General of Canada and the Consul General of Mexico, especially with our free trade agreement. So interesting discussions coming up right next in doing business with the world. Thank you, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back. We made it. And we have had doing business with the world. We went all over the world. We went to Latin America, the Caribbean this morning. Then we went to Europe this afternoon earlier. Then we went to Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. And you know me, I always save the best for last. Now we're going to Canada and Mexico. So our great trading partners, and I'm actually from Canada, so it's a great pride for me to have Canada present. And I'm very happy to all of you who stayed with us during the day. We had a wonderful session, great speakers, great presentations. We're ready to do business with the world, basically. But now, specifically, we want to do business with Canada, and we want to do business with Mexico. And without losing any time, because I know we went a little bit over our program, and I apologize for our speakers of this session, I would like to introduce, it's my great honor to introduce the Honorable Susan Harper, who is the Consul General of Canada in Miami. So, Susan, are you with us, Consul General?
I am.
Wonderful. Very happy to be a friend of Canada, to be a citizen, and for you to be with us this afternoon. Broward County is so excited to hear about the great ties we have with Canada. So without further ado, I'll let you officially introduce yourself, and then we're going to go right into your presentation.
Well, thank you, Paula, and it's always such a pleasure to work with Broward because we know that Broward is very international in its perspective. As we go to my deck, I'd like to explain 3 things this afternoon about doing business with Canada. First of all, I'd like to explain a little bit about the Canadian footprint here in Florida. Secondly, I'd like to talk about a specific element of that footprint, the USMCA. And third, to tell you how, if you are interested in doing business with Canada, how you can work with us. So, let me start by explaining what the Consulate General of Canada in Miami does. Different countries use their consulates and consulates general differently. So, I should point out that for Canada, a consulate general in the United States is much like a regional embassy. We have a full range of programs. Of course, consular serving our citizens and residents. Also commercial, which is part of what we're doing today. Our foreign policy and diplomacy service. And both law enforcement and customs security cooperation. Finally, immigration, because that's such a key issue here in Florida and throughout the United States. And all of these are complemented, next slide please, with a very substantive defense footprint here in Florida. That reflects the fact that the defense industry and the bases here are so important in Florida. Could you please show the next slide? And we have approximately 10% of the Canadian Armed Forces stationed across the United States here in Florida. You can see from this graph, we have NORAD up in the north, CENTCOM and SOCOM in Tampa, SOUTHCOM, and down in Key West, Seattle South. So we have a lot of important relationships here in Florida. Now we're on the next slide, and here it's important for us to point out, this is actually a slide that comes from the Florida Chamber of Commerce. Although I must admit, they are not the ones who put the boxes around the Canadian flags. So yes, in the slide showing the flags, you'll see the components of our economic relationship. First of all, on the 3 columns on the left, you'll see the components of our trade, which adds up to about $9 billion in goods alone. And as you can see, we are in the top 3, whether you're talking about imports or exports. On the 4th column, visitors, you'll see that, yes, Canada is the #1 source of international visits to Florida. And some people don't realize that when Floridians sell a service like tourism to a foreigner, even though it's sold here in Florida, that is a service export. So the number of visitors actually feeds into the second column, Florida's service exports to Canada. We add in a key element here, investment employing Floridians, and you'll see that Canada is seen by the Florida Chamber as the number 2 international partner. And if you add to these different categories, residential real estate, you find that according to the Florida Chamber's figures, Visit Florida's figures, and Florida Realtors figures, if you put them together, Canada is actually Florida's most important international economic partner. So we have a very solid footprint in Florida. Next slide, please. So where are we in Broward? Yes, often in Broward during snowbird season, you hear almost as much French as you would hear English or Spanish because we have so many Canadians coming down to Broward. But that's not all that we do in Broward. As you'll see by the next slide with the Broward County Business Investment, we have a lot of our companies in Florida located here in Broward. 114 companies with 218 locations. And of course, when you have investment, just as when you have trade, you are creating jobs. So these companies are creating jobs in Broward. Just a few of the companies, you'll see the icons on the left, and maybe I'll mention a few. Air Canada, which is ranked number 8 on South Florida's list of top airlines by total passengers, obviously in a non-COVID year. First Service Residential, which in 2019 was ranked number 13 among South Florida's largest employers with 5,400 employees in South Florida, and in 2018 was ranked number 1 among South Florida's Homeowners Association management companies. Food and beverage, you might be a little surprised to see Burger King and Popeyes there. And Florida has the largest number of Burger King locations in the U.S. with about 8% of the stores. Most people don't realize that the parent company, Restaurant Brands International, is actually Canadian. And then Circle K, which has over 700 stores from Jacksonville to Key West. Their parent company, Alimentation Couche-Tard, accounts for over 5,000 Florida jobs among all their retail chains. And this is in addition to, of course, other jobs that Canadian companies and Canadian trade are producing in engineering, banking, financial services, and other areas. So that is our footprint. So let me tell you a little bit now about the new component of what makes us a good partner for you in Broward and throughout Florida. Next slide, please. It is the USMCA, the new NAFTA. People were aware that there was a renegotiation of the NAFTA, and it is now called the USMCA in Florida. Next slide, please. And in Canada, it's called the CUSMA, or the ASEAN in French, and I believe my friend Jonathan will talk a little bit about the TMEC, as it is called in Mexico. But I think it's very important, particularly given the realities of the COVID pandemic, that as the U.S. Trade Representative indicates, the USMCA's entry into force is a landmark achievement because it will help the U.S. as it works to increase manufacturing capacity and investment in North America. So we are very pleased that the USMCA has come into effect. Just a few other background figures on the USMCA. When it originally came into force, it was to create an internationally competitive and economically influential market of 480 million consumers and a combined GDP of US $21 trillion. And since 1994, this has been a tremendous success from our point of view, as it has generated economic growth and rising standards of living for the people in all three countries, and created many, many jobs. As in 2018, the total trilateral merchandise trade was up to $1.2 trillion, a fourfold increase since 1993. Now, I won't go into detail about what's new in the USMCA. In fact, if you want to hear that, you'll have to see the Susan and Jonathan show part 2, which is giving more details on the USMCA, and we would be pleased to present that another time. But let me just note that it has done some important work both in reinforcing and preserving the key elements of NAFTA, but also modernizing provisions to address 21st century trade challenges, reducing red tape at the border, and enhanced predictability and stability for workers and businesses across the integrated North American market. From our point of view, this is a modernized and more inclusive agreement, and with 9 new chapters covering modern-day trade challenges, including digital trade, regulatory cooperation, and North American competitiveness, we believe that this new agreement is even a stronger base for us to continue to be such a globally competitive region. I always like to show this second slide here on supply chains for USMCA because sometimes people don't realize the true strength of the NAFTA and now the USMCA is that we build things together through our supply chain. Yes, I could have shown you a car, but I thought given the importance of the agricultural sector in Canada and in Florida, I would focus on our agricultural and agri-food sector because we have important trade. We buy about 18% of Florida's agri-food and agricultural exports. But here's an example of the kind of product that we can produce together. And I apologize if I'm making anybody feel hungry, if they're starting to feel the end of the afternoon need to have something to eat. So, last slide. Let me just explain what it is that we can do to help you if you as a Floridian contact would like to work with Canada. Now, I know as part of the Doing Business with the World, you are also able to hear more about Enterprise Florida, and I think that that is an important group. Next slide, please. That is an important group for you to be aware of because they are the complementary organization to what we do. This is what we in the Canadian Consulate General in our commercial section can do for your Florida-based company. If you, for example, are interested in expanding into Canada, we can help connect you with the right people. If you are looking for specific goods, services, and technology offered by Canadian companies, we can help you find and connect with the right suppliers. Maybe you're interested in innovation, science, and technology. We can help you connect with qualified Canadian contacts for an R&D partnering, commercialization, or sourcing of technology, or to learn about innovation funding. And we can also provide information on Canada's export and import controls permits on controlled products, because that is also an important part of the sector here in Florida, as it is in Canada. And finally, we can identify partners in Canada that can help you with your business mission, because it's not just at the national level, but also at the provincial and municipal level that we are interested in doing business with Florida. So to sum up, with the last slide, it's a pleasure for us always to participate in Broward's reaching out on doing business with the world, because we do a lot of business with Broward. And if you would like to increase or start doing business with Canada, we'd be pleased to talk to you and offer you the services. Thank you so much. And now I'm going to turn the floor over to my friend and colleague, Consul General Jonathan from Mexico.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Consul General Harper. And yes, we are hungry now because we saw the beautiful burger made by Canadians and Floridians. So, but thank you, and we're very excited. We were also going to do a trade mission to Canada this year, and unfortunately, due to COVID, we couldn't. So we're hoping next year we can plan with your team and with the Canada-Florida Chamber of Commerce. I want to mention them with Glenn Cooper because they're an instrumental group here in South Florida that can help you with Canadian connections, and they bring delegations every year that we either host here in Broward or we look forward to also visiting outbound and going to the major cities in Canada to do business. And on that note, I'd like to continue with another very important trading partner. We did a trade mission there with Enterprise Florida, that is Mexico. We went to Mexico City a few years ago. The county participated with our mayor. So I am very honored to introduce you to the Honorable Jonathan Chait Auerbach. I hope I pronounced it well, your name. And he's the Consul General of Mexico in Miami. And Consul General, tell us about all the great things we could do with Mexico, the business opportunities, the collaborations, about your consulate, and also, yes, your comments on the revitalization of the free trade agreement. So we look forward to hearing from you, Consul General Chait. Thank you.
Of course, thank you so much, Paola. It's really a pleasure always to be participating, always with my colleague and good friend, Susan Harper. It's always be after her because we have a lot of things in common that we present, so it's always encouraging to hear that. So thank you so much. And also, I want to extend my recognition for the inauguration of the World Trade Center in Fort Lauderdale, and we look forward to keep working very closely with you. So if I may, can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Okay, and the next one, please, the next slide. What I would like to start is explaining the importance of the economic potential and competitiveness that we have in North America, as Consul General Harper was explaining, the relevance of USMCA, of the MEC, also in Spanish. Then I want to explain what is Mexico's competitive advantage for the U.S. and also for Florida, and also want to talk about the significant economic and trade relation that between Mexico and Florida, and how we can continue to boost this side. So next one, please. Okay, on the next slide, we can just wanted to mention that the worldwide trends that we've seen lately indicates that we have a deeper economic integration of regional blocks that is happening also in North America, and that involves the search of greater efficiency of the allocation of resources, of course, to obtain better conditions for trade, of course, production, finance, technology, and interregional politics. In that regard, like we can see in this slide, the economic trade experts have detected a change in world trade, particularly from global to regional. And this is what is happening also in North America. We can notice that the consumption is growing in emerging markets such as Mexico. We see multinationals are searching for domestic supply chains to reduce costs and trade intermediate goods. And also, the development will play an important role, not only the modernization of the supply chain, but also in the growth of consumption. For instance, we have seen with the COVID-19 pandemic, the increase of digital consumption and the e-commerce. And in this matter, we consider that Mexico will play an important role in the future and also in the region. And also, as Consul General Harper was explaining, we not only trade between North America, we produce together. And this is something very important, and this will be even more important after the new NAFTA, the new agreement that we have, the USMCA. Next one, please. We've seen also that what is happening in North America, like we were talking, I want to draw to your attention to the fact that 2/3 of the world trade are intermediate goods. And this is very important since the largest market at this moment for this type of goods is the USMCA. We can see it in the next slide, please. Thank you. And also want to draw to your attention that with only 496 million of people that we have in the North American region, we import the same value of good as the area of Asia, and also that they have 4 more times population. In North America, with only 3 countries, has a $26 trillion combined gross domestic product, and that represents approximately 30% of the world GDP, and with only having the like 7% of the world's population. In the one that we can see right now, of course, we can see what is the FDI from the region compared to the rest of the world, and this is a way of explaining also very important competitiveness that we have in the region, and as the way that we can present it to the rest of the markets around the world. Next one, please. On the next slide, we can see the next slide, please. Okay, thank you. In this map, we can see that the Mexico and the U.S. share a 2,000-mile border, and we have 55 active points of entry, and that gives us a very important access to the U.S. market and vice versa. This is the reason why at this point also Mexico is the first trading partner of the U.S. On the next slide, please. On the next slide.
Yes, we're on the 21st Century Agreement slide.
Okay, well.
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is also just following what Consul General Harper was explaining about the relevance of the USMCA. As she was also was saying, well, it's a much modernized agreement. There's new 10 chapters that includes anti-corruption, good regulatory practices, environment, small and medium enterprises, which I think is very important for the 3 countries. Also, we are more competitive by having just country rules of origin. For instance, we have strengthened the support of the competitiveness of the region and build regional values chain, for example, in the automobile industry. Other examples, we have the custom and trade facilitation that also is a huge change and a good opportunity for doing business in the region, and certainly in trade and investment. And also, what it really matters for the different businesses is the intellectual property. There have been also changes in financial services, and something that it was not in the prior, because back then there was not even internet when NAFTA was signed. All the new chapters regarding the digital trade that nowadays it's one of the most important way of trading between countries. Next one, please. On the next slide, I would like to explain why Mexico is a competitive country for product investment worldwide due to the many factors. As we can see, we are in a strategic geographical position. The next one, please. Thank you. Also, it's the size and strength of our internal market, the macroeconomic and political stability, the economic growth that we have in Mexico, and the ability to manufacture high technology products, for instance, in the aerospace and automotive industries. Next one, please. Also, as we can see in this map, Mexico is it's the seventh largest exporter of the world to Latin America, and we have 12 free trade agreements with different countries, also including Japan, Israel, the European Union, with Colombia, Peru, Chile, and that connects 48 countries to the Mexican economy and more than 1.3 billion consumers. That means 60% of the world GDP. The next one, please. In this one, Mexico and Florida, I want to start referring more to what are we doing with Florida, and especially during the last years. So Mexico and Florida have a strong bilateral relationship in the political, economic, commercial, and cultural areas. Nonetheless, we believe that there are still significant opportunities to explore and increase commercial and economic ties. And this is why, for instance, as you can see in this slide, Mexico and Florida is second partner with a flow of $10.3 billion exchanged in 2019. That supported more than 314,000 jobs in Florida. Florida exports to Mexico 3.3 billion since the North American Free Trade Agreement and NAFTA, and up to 2019, the exports have increased in 2,700% just just during the last 20 years. So that explains the growth and the possibility of even doing more between Mexico and Florida. Next one, please. In that regard, as we can see in the next slide, Mexico's commerce with Florida reflects the trade in global supply chain, industrial machinery, autos, aerospace, agriculture, and can we see the next slide? Thank you.
Yes.
As you can see, the different industries that Mexico and Florida exchange, like aircraft, engines and parts, gas turbine, video games, consoles, milk and cream, and others. But what I really want to stress out here is how broad is the trade between Mexico and Florida, and how much has been growing through the last years. Next one, please.
We're on the next slide, the investment support jobs.
Yes. Well, in the next slide, we can see that also investment has grown, the Mexican investment has grown in Florida. There are about 761 Mexican companies in the state, and that provides more than 10,000 jobs in Florida. We have business in diverse industries such as Grupo México, Chedraui, Bimbo, Softec, Televisa, among others. Next one, please. Lastly, I want to concentrate on the Mexico and Florida and what we've been trying to be doing. And one of our main interests is promoting maritime trade between Mexico and Florida. And here's also Everglades Port has a very relevant part that we are trying to do. And just to give you an example, just the maritime trade between Mexico and Florida has grown 40%. However, which is very important, 97% is the import from Florida still arrive by land. And this is just an example to see how much opportunities we have doing business with Florida by the ocean. So this is something that we are working and we are encouraging. Next one, please. This is why on the last years we've been working on this. On July 2019, we have a group of Florida Port Council visiting Mexico, and there was a delegation in which we start working on promoting the trade between Mexico and Florida, that we can see on the next slide. And we have different meetings between the Mexican authorities and the Floridian representatives. Later on, we signed a letter of intent here in Miami, and we put together a working group that the whole idea is how to intensify the relationship and the trade relationship, particularly between Mexico and Florida, by ocean and by doing the cargo through through the state and the country by sea. Next one, please. This working group, as we can see it, we have different participants from the public sector, but also from private sector. So if we can go to the next slide.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So this is the people that are participating in this working group. And as I was explaining before, the whole idea is to identify the exchange between Florida and Mexico, and we are betting for doing through maritime and the possibilities that we have. And just lastly, this is a way of presenting what are the options that we have with Mexico, how much we can reduce costs just by doing the trade between Mexico and Florida by the sea, and the possibilities that we have. This is something that has been presented by the Florida Port Council, and also the different options that we may produce just by continuing working with the state in this particular section. And lastly, please. Well, the last one also this is how we can do more by doing that, to optimize the capacity of multimodal transportation by connecting the ports and the railways also in Mexico and Florida. This can give us a commercial expansion for both parties, and of course the development of the southeast region of Mexico in comparison with the ports of Central America, which is also part of the Mexican administration priorities. And in a way, this ties also the whole idea of the region with Florida, Mexico, Central America, and the Caribbean. And on the other hand, all the work that we're doing with Canada and the U.S. and Mexico by the USMCA. So that will be my presentation, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Consul General. And I would like to put a note that we'd like to be part of your working group, because I saw some ports there, and maybe we can add Port Everglades and Broward County as well. So it's very interesting what you shared, and I was on the trade mission to Mexico, and definitely there's a lot of connectivity, and we're excited to do things with you and your consulate moving forward. So on that note, this concludes our very interesting panel. I was mentioning before, we saved the best for last. We had Canada and Mexico present about the new free trade agreement, the new opportunities. We've been growing, but we're going to do more things with Canada and Mexico moving forward, as we're also a gateway altogether to our three countries. And on that note, this also concludes our program for the day. It was a wonderful day. We really went around the world. As I mentioned before, we visited Latin America, the Caribbean. We went to Europe. We flew over to Dubai. We went to Bangladesh, Middle East, Asia, Africa, and then now we're in Canada and Mexico, back in our continent. So we came back to our continent, and our mayor is here with us for some closing remarks. Mayor, we traveled around the world in one day. Isn't that amazing? But also we unveiled the plans for the World Trade Center for Lauderdale, which will be a landmark, a mecca for this international trade activities that we want to do here and bring all the businesses here. So on that note, I want to thank all our speakers for participating today. I also want to thank all the attendees from all over the world that participated. It was a really great webinar, full day special event. This is going to be available online for a long time, so don't worry if you missed any of the sessions. You can always go back and view it. It'll be on our website, browardcounty.org/econdev. And also we're here, our office. My name is Paula Isaac. I'm here to assist you with any international trade needs. But on that note, I want to close our event again with welcoming the Honorable Dale V. Sionis, the Mayor of Broward County, and also our Ambassador for International for Broward County. So maybe you can say goodbye in all the languages too. Thank you, Mayor Holness. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Muchas gracias a todo. Thank you so much, Consul General Arbach, Consul General Harper, Consul General Siegel, and every person who participated today. Certainly, Broward can transport you around the world in just one day. Phenomenal work done by you, Paula. I'm so grateful. The participation that we had with Enterprise Florida is unmatched. With the U.S. Department of Commerce, certainly is an awesome partnership that we have there with all the entities that came together to support this effort today. Demonstrate that Broward County is connected to the world like no other place, and that we care. We care to help our businesses. We care to work together with the rest of the world to create prosperity, not only for the people of Broward County, but for people around the world. When we engage in commerce and we lift people's life up by creating economic growth and economic opportunity for everyone, we create a better world, a world more peaceful, a world that lives together and becomes more tranquil and peaceful and a better livelihood for everyone. That is what we're about here in Broward County. And again, I want to thank every single person who participated, all of you that tune in to be a part of this great event, and know that next year we will have FITCI again, and we will have Sister Cities International as a partner and many other great partnerships that we're building for the 2021 Florida's International Trade and Cultural Expo. Please stay tuned, because it will be bigger than we've ever done it before. Again, thanks to everyone for participating in such a great event.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a wrap, and I'm going to say au revoir in French, arrivederci in Italiano, auf Wiedersehen, and I'm going to say also hasta luego in Spanish. So we look forward to seeing you at our next event. We're going to have more virtual events, so please register with us in our database so you can receive all the upcoming events, especially the Florida International Trade and Cultural Expo next year, October 2021. We look forward to seeing you there. Thank you, and have a wonderful weekend. It's a wrap. Oh, thank you. We did it. Teamwork. Good. Yeah, we